How's it going, boys and girls? How we all doing? Hope we're doing good. We're gonna chill for a little bit, wait for people to come in, and then we'll start talking about White House correspondent stuff. For right now, we're just gonna watch some videos, have a little fun, and play some KSP. I'll tell you. It's
They'll tell you.
It's quite good, and wouldn't have been as good without Donald J. Trump. I'll tell you that.
If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator.
So there's a game called Pragmata. A lot of people have been really into the game. A lot of folks have some different opinions. But one of the articles that came out were stating the fact that a lot of the men who were playing it were feeling a sense of paternal instincts in them that was growing. There's a desire in them that grew to want to be parents.
What are you?
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art pragmata created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving...
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Yeah. From now on, you can be Diana. How's that fit?
Diana. You. Diana.
Yeah.
You. Diana.
All right, you guys kind of have a little idea here.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata. Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You play as Hugh, a soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. What's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a fucking lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, if they changed hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of like, I don't know, Dr. Pepper or something, and you fucking freaked out about that, that makes sense, right? But as far as like LARPing about starting families and whatnot, this is something that I never understand.
Chill.
It's just
I
not
don't know
something
if you
that you're
know
gonna
that
experience ever
Aurora
for
moved
your
in.
life, for the
She's sitting right there.
rest of your life, right? Also, I will say, Japanese game, putting a child in there,
Yeah.
you're playing with fire.
Big applause.
Okay.
Big claps.
Don't get mad at me for saying this, but I feel like any Japanese game you put like a child, it's a little, it's gonna invite maybe the worst possible fandom, you know? I know it's not like that. I'm sure the game is not like that, but there will be people who take it like that.
Interesting reaction. Tim Pool's going to chime in afterwards, but this comes from Tim Pool's employee. Says, lots of strange reactions to this game. Let me clear some things up. Childless men who do not have paternal instincts the way that childless women have maternal instincts. We observe this even in the way little girls and boys play. So what she's talking about the fact that like girls play with dolls and boys don't. So that's showing maternal.
I guess that's what he means.
Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their own children, and typically those paternal instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else. Men are not nurturers. Men don't gush over kids in public. Men don't have baby fever. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being the product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator. That escalated so fast. And you'd be taking the feminist, radical, gender abolitionist position to protest any of the above points.
We surely will, my friend.
This should explain why Dad Simulator game marketed to mostly childless men gives people the creeps.
If the argument is that the cuteness of Diana as a character is going to increase birth rates. I think that's like obviously not true. That's not going to happen. But they're, circulating these clips of especially female streamers playing this game, and they're brought to tears.
They're brought to tears. So both men and women are experiencing the exact same thing playing the video game, which is it's moving them, and there's a part of them that is wanting to have children as a result of watching this. That's a positive thing. So both of them are getting this nurturing feeling from the video game, but men got shamed for it. Isn't that odd a little bit?
If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator. Here I perhaps put too much labor on the audience to interpret what I meant. I was inferring cases where, single men or gay men pursue adopting or buying a child via surrogacy without a mother involved in the process. And I do think that that's predatory, and it's predatory in the worst cases, of course, but in most cases just terrible for the child, because a man...
Oh, she's trying to fucking flip that shit real fast. Apparently, if you want to adopt, guys, the same way a lot of ladies want to adopt, as probably a predator. Thoughts?
Yep, absolutely right. If you're a man and you want to, that's so stupid.
It's my perspective that men do not have the capacity to feel for children the way that women do. And I don't know if I've found a better way to articulate it than women are maternal in a more noticeable way than men are naturally paternal.
Let's say you're right. That's true. What does that matter? It means nothing. Just because you more overtly show your emotions doesn't mean I don't feel emotions as strongly. That's essentially the argument. Oh, that person speaks their ideas much louder, so they must think more. Oh, that person flashes their money much more overtly. That means that they must have more. That's the brain dead logic that she's showing. What you see on the surface is not a reflection of what actually happens behind closed doors or what the capacity of the individual is. This is also another pet peeve of mine. When people say this dumb shit like they're authority figures, and then they go on to say something like this when they get criticism. To those denying biology here, would you hire a male babysitter?
Pause. For those denying biology, and then you put a fact that has nothing to do with biology. How does one equate the other?
That's exactly.
You said, for those denying biology, and you go straight into giving us an argument that has nothing to do with biology. It's like, first, do you know what words mean? Or you're just deciding to go like that, willingly ignorant, just to prove your point that is not a point? When I say people don't know how to argue, they don't know how to bring arguments together that makes it worthy for you to even sit down and have an argument. It's like, oh, debate that person, debate this person. You want me to debate that?
You mean your kid's kindergarten teacher and it's a dude. How do you feel about that? What do women have that men don't? Are we beginning to understand each other now? Men aren't women. None of this is a knock against men. It's just true.
Bro, have you seen the amount of women predator these days? Every week there's a new woman predator that used to teach somewhere, and then she's outed to have ex relationship with her students. What does that mean?
So she's trying to hint to the whole differences between men and women from a nurturing standpoint. She goes, would you hire a male babysitter? And I'm like, probably not. But if I had to have a tutor for my kid, I'd probably hire a male. And the idea that men aren't nurturing because we don't play with dolls. Like, yeah, maybe they don't showcase that at the earliest age, but they do develop it. How many dudes are teachers? Is teaching not a nurturing role? Are men not teachers? Those aren't their kids, but they still make an effort. Think about some of the most influential people in your lives, whether it be teachers or whatever that really affected you. Some of y'all are gonna say it's men.
Most coaches that I've seen are men. You could even include gymnastics in there. Something that is generally more women.
My dad's heading to Vegas right now.
In their 30s, they become teachers, coaches. When we talk about the mentorship, I see much more men than women, actually.
Pretending like just because men don't necessarily offer nurturing the exact same way or whatever it is. And look, if you really want to have that discussion, you can look at a lot of the studies, but single fathers oftentimes outperform single mothers in terms of how the quality of care and the quality of parenting that they can offer. Now, there are some economic reasons for that. Generally, men who position themselves to be single fathers are oftentimes in a better position financially than women are. But that's also a fact. That proves that men are capable of doing the parental role. They are capable of doing the nurturing role, even when there's no woman around. They're not lacking something where they can't give that. That doesn't mean that the kid shouldn't have both parents. It just means that y'all pretending like men and women are from like different universes, and that there's, I say this all the time, men and women are much more alike than they are different. The differences do matter. They do exist. But the people who pretend like we're like worlds apart, it's not real. I know plenty of dudes who raise their kids, and they do an amazing job, and they do a lot of it by themselves. Even when people are like, oh, men are protectors, they're like, women are protectors too. I've seen moms will protect their kids to fucking high heaven. Why does it have to be some singular binary? No, don't deny biology. Show me your studies, dummy.
Just, men don't have baby fever. That's bullshit.
I can assure you that's bullshit.
Huh?
Yeah, you're right.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You don't even talk to men about these shit. You just say shit out on a whim. How come whenever you have like a godfather, you see people talking about their godfather or people that are not even their fathers, their uncles, they're like that, there's a bond on there. How come you talk, yo, that's my niece, and they're 10 toes about their niece and their nephews? All your uncle, when you go to family gathering, they don't give a shit about y'all. They just drink. Yeah, it's just the boys are gonna be outside drinking beer. No, they don't care about the kids. When your father's brothers or your father's friend talk to your brother, they don't ask about the kids ever. Then you in a sad position. I can tell you that much.
Well, Mary Morgan chimed in, and she's getting ratioed. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator. Boy, Mary really pissed people off with that one. My daughter was walking with her walker today, giggling, and I feel tremendous paternal instincts for helping my daughter learn how to walk. I watch this, I see nothing. The Last of Us is fun. It's not just that you play, what was Joel the character, and Ellie? There's like a funny scene where they're walking across like a narrow strip over a river, and he pushes her in and then laughs at her. That's the kind of like, there's like a paternal instinct in that. This is a teenage girl who's trying to survive, and you're helping her out. There's a paternal thing in there. If this was like a real child, but I guess for me, being that it's just a stupid robot, I feel nothing. Again, to point out Spider-Man, it is the male power fantasy to save all of the children. I mean, like, there's a reason why guys like superhero movies.
Tim's all over the place. He's not even making any sense. He goes on to defend the point and the take itself, and, you know, he sees a lot of the reaction to what's happening to her.
So we got a community note on this because her post has 2.3 million views. And it says, research shows childless men experience broodiness and a desire for fatherhood nearly as often as childless women, 59 versus 63, and men, including non-parents, exhibit innate caregiving and protective responses to infants. I agree with this, but I think people are taking Mary's point to an extreme end, for which I believe she is largely correct.
The people criticizing her taking it to an extreme, but she said that any man who wants to adopt or whatever,
like her point
is likely
extreme
a predator.
From the get-go.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I see people with strollers all the time. Not once in my life have I ever leaned over to try and look into the stroller to get a look at their baby. Never happened. I have been in situations.
What?
Is this what we're using now for saying that men don't have a nurturing side or don't have paternal instincts?
I look at
you know
babies.
I'm not gonna fucking glance into the stroller because I'll get called a predator.
No,
there's an
you can
irony to
look
this
at a
whole thing. I can't
baby.
even
There's
do this
nothing
video.
wrong
I'm
with
sorry.
looking at
I
a
will play,
baby.
but like, there's an irony to both Tim Pool and Hassan on both opposite ends of this spectrum. Both
Honestly,
very radical in their
if our society's at the place where you're like, oh, look at the cute baby, and people call you a predator, we're fucked. What do you mean? Why is there something wrong with looking at a fucking baby?
own respects. Shaming men because they said they built a desire or they felt their desire for children increase after watching a piece of media involving parenting. You know, people watch movies and get that exact same experience, read a book, watch a piece of anything, art, doesn't matter. It's a normal experience.
Tim Pool?
But
Yeah.
here we have this fucking goofball
He's a retard.
going, I've never looked inside a stroller out of curiosity. Maybe because we spend so much time demonizing men, saying that if they're around kids, they're probably doing something nefarious. So yeah, men have built a natural aversion to being involved with random kids. Doesn't mean we don't have paternal instincts. And it doesn't happen after we give birth. I can tell you, I have very strong paternal instincts. I ain't got no kids. That's a thing that a lot of men feel. Most of the guys I know who started to get to age 30 and above, a lot of them built that desire to want to have kids and started showcasing that. But that's not because something happened to them or they had kids. It's not that. Because as you get older, you start seeing the little kids around you start to pop out from your friends, your families, nieces, nephews. Your proximity to them and that naturalness that you start to build at that time makes you discover what the joys are of being around young people. And then that paternal instinct builds. The reason why men may develop it later than women, maybe it's hormonal, maybe it's, but we're not socialized in the same way to be around children as much. Doesn't mean we don't have it in us.
A sound packer for me is just not honest. There's numerous instances that I'm like, okay, no, you're being disingenuous. Tim Pool is doing the same thing on the other side of the spectrum. So he does that often. It's like I'm listening to these guys and I'm like, okay, you guys don't have friends. You don't go outside.
Yeah,
you don't touch grass. You're not in touch with reality. And this lady on top of that, it's like, okay, well, you don't know shit about fuck. I'm not going to bend over and watch a kid.
And this girl
around that. That's why I don't do it.
Who was like making
Not
that
because
point.
I don't want to be a father.
I'm pretty sure she's that girl on the Whatever podcast.
They not my kids.
Who just sits behind the
Even
men
Hassan, I can't
and
even
doesn't really say much of anything.
Seriously, because what he did was not a commentary.
True.
It was not commentary. He tried to ridicule a group of people.
True.
He took a group of people, the people that are playing video games, the people that are classified as nerds, and he started dashing out all the stereotypes. You don't play outside, you will never. He just wanted to shit on people. That's not commentary. That's insult. I bet what you're gonna do, you're gonna nurture kids, so what you're gonna give them? Your Monster drink? That's what it was. It's just been a couple of years that we're able to talk about it, that it's well seen to talk about it. Even now, you got two motherfucker goobers talking shit like that, which proves the fact that it's not well seen to talk about it. I'm sorry, three goobers.
Where people had babies and they asked me if I like to hold it. I'm like, no, I don't want to hold your baby, man. Like, I don't want to be responsible for all that. That's your baby. Now, my baby, I peek at her all the time.
That's because we're not socialized to learn. We're not trusted with kids from a young age. And so obviously we don't want to take on. I felt the exact same way. What Tim is describing, I understand. I don't feel that way anymore. My niece pretty much changed a lot of aspects about me, but that's because I had constant exposure. Living with her, initially, you could ask anybody. I didn't even talk to the kid. Kid would look at me and I'd be like, what's your problem? And then slowly our relationship changed because she kept opening my door and just staring at me. I was like, you look like a devil baby, just serial killer type horror. Kids just...
Yeah, that's what kids do.
And it was that for about a year. Eventually we started talking. She'd come in the room, we'd talk. We started getting closer. And then I started feeling things I didn't feel before. And it really started to change in my head. And she was teaching me things about myself. Parts of myself I didn't even know even existed. And that developed. But that's from exposure. I promise you, people who grew around kids from like let's say you hit your 20s and you're around your niece and nephew, you build a certain attachment to them that changes you. And then you start to feel that towards other kids. So Tim saying, I don't want to hold that kid, I get it. But Tim, you stay inside every day and live stream. You didn't even have a relationship or anything going for you until you was like late 30s. You didn't really spend time with family. Why? Because you had to go shop for beanies. So I can understand you don't feel comfortable holding a kid. That doesn't mean that we don't have it in us. You're just not given an opportunity to learn safely.
I've had this happen to me on an airplane before. I don't really say anything about it. A guy was on a plane. He was sitting next to I think it was two kids, or it was like one kid. And the flight attendant came up and said, we're going to ask you to move seats. And he said, is there a problem? They were like, well, it's just we don't sit men next to children. And they were like, we would rather a woman sit next to the child, as if to imply men are dangerous. This is what offends people.
What does that have to do with you saying that? Well, they don't let men sit next to. What does that have to do with the feeling that you want to nurture? What's the link? It's two separate things. Men don't want to nurture. If they want to nurture, it's because they're
Boy, doesn't this make it worse? I thought Tim was just fucking ignorant. Seems like the guy's aware of the perception of dudes. And then at the same time, he's defending his coworker and what the goofy shit she said.
Yes.
Your coworker's literally contributing to that exact same sentiment that makes dudes wary
Yes.
and makes people wary.
Yes.
Yo, this is why I mean why these
Yes.
dudes are actually like brain dead.
Yes, they are. And they said that in the same, man, and Casper the Friendly Ghost. They didn't even, it's like, whatever, man.
Gamers that a bunch of them are virgins who hate women, but the idea of having families, the chuds are upset. Oh, that's why they're mad. Oh, I was wondering where the new wave of fucking losers was coming from. That makes sense. It's because I recently said you're never gonna get put. So why are you worried about, you know, whether or not women's biological clock is ticking? You got posted
That's
in a
kinda
lot of
funny.
gamer
The
subreddits.
fuck is
Ooh, nice. You're pragmatic, take pissed off incels. You offended the pedos and the capital G gamers and the incels. Yeah, what they're offended by, I think, primarily is
I love how first it started with gamers and now it's just incels and pedos. And
It's the same thing for him.
it's always the same smear.
It's the same thing for him.
All right, well, you know what? You're a dirty socialist terrorist who's here to make sure that men and women don't reproduce because you want the West to die. There we go. We can do the same fucking dumb smears.
the truth. That's what offends them the most. When they hear the fucking truth.
What truth? Like, how is this guy a political streamer to be like taken serious? And he says this goofy ass shit. What's the truth? That gamers don't fuck? What, gamers don't have any sex or whatever it is? Like, with how mainstream gaming is, what does that even mean? Fucking women play games too. I don't even understand. So, okay, he's talking about to the male audience. Let's say it's just the males. I'm going to be as charitable. It's just so stupid. I think she's suffering from what people do when it even comes to emotions and gender differences. People think that what they see on the surface or what they see out in the open is a reflection of the experience of people gendered speaking. We thought that because men didn't express emotions the way women do, which women are very expressive, that men don't feel emotions as much. And studies have shown time after time that men are quite emotional. They just don't showcase them outwardly. But put men in positions where they're supposed to nurture, and all of a sudden you see it. You see it with fucking dudes and pets.
Oh, and by the way, if you play the God of War Ragnarok, you're a predator. You're a huge predator. How you gonna go around and feel something about that little boy? Boy.
Yeah, so
Predator.
that it was interesting to see both sides engage in a lot of this misandry. The conservatives were basically saying, like, you know, if you want to be around kids and it's not your own kids, you're probably a predator. And then Hassan on the other side is like, you guys are creepy fucking losers who no one wants to reproduce with. I personally do wish that a lot of this bad rep around dudes in regards to being around kids that all wasn't as prevalent, because it makes it so there's no opportunities for a lot of these guys to even be around kids from a young age, which, yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. Then they develop later on in life and don't really have any attachments to kids because they don't spend time around them because they've been socialized not to. And then afterwards they're called creepy for not like wanting to hold a kid or not wanting to be around them. It's like, oh shit. So yeah, no, I'm not surprised that men don't develop these feelings until their 30s. It's not surprising at all. Unfortunately, we're still playing catch up. We're still playing with people who still believe that dudes don't feel emotions or some other fucking retarded shit. And it's like, at some point, I hope we get moved past a lot of the stupid stereotypes that exist, because we can't even have the other discussions that should come after that one. And I'll also say, women shouldn't even want to uphold these stereotypes either, because it pigeonholes women into this conservative idea of being the only ones capable of being caregivers. It's like, well, if you think men are so retarded and men are incapable of being nurturing or whatever it is, then shit, you kind of just justify the whole area where then women should have most of the maternal role and most of the nurturing role because men are incapable. So you're literally actually upholding, you know, patriarchal standards for Hassan in this case. And then for Tim Pool and these crowds, you guys are dissuading men from being involved with children and actually learning a lot of skills that they might need for their future parental roles.
Well, that was interesting. Let's see.
I wanted to read this.
Watch some boner.
as soon as I saw this, I was like, wait, do we have articles now in The Atlantic about Hassan saying dumb shit about history? Do they have any fucking idea how much mileage you could get out of all this? Every time Hassan says anything about Middle East history, it's always fucking stupid. It's always either incomplete, or he's misremembered something, or he's editorialized something, or he's just read someone else who's editorialized something, or a fabrication. Like, his entire history of the region is just completely fucking, like, dense. It's so stupid. One of the most recent examples of this was him talking about how Einstein basically has the same view on Zionism as he does, and arguing that Einstein, because he wrote this letter to, he signed an open letter that was condemning the Irgun and the Lehi after the Deir Yassin massacre, saying that like this is like a very bad version of like Zionism, right? It's not, but Hassan takes that and assumes that and would pretend that that's them saying that Zionism itself was like an evil thing. That's what the conclusion that they've extracted from this, even though the Irgun was a group of about 1,000 people who were considered extremists by the Haganah and by the rest of the Zionist movement. They were hunted down by the rest of the Zionist movement. Some of them were killed by the Zionist movement. One of their ships was fucking blown up by the regular Zionist movement. And then there's the Lehi, who were an even smaller militia of about 300 people. Same thing. But yeah, but he does this all the time. He lies about Mandela. He lies about the British Mandate. He lies about Israeli history. He lies about Palestinian history. He lies about the 1428 war.
Hassan Piker
He's a fucking moron. What can you say? But they made an article about his Einstein shit. I don't actually know where the Einstein thing comes from, about why that reinterpretation of Einstein's words. It does tell you something, though. It does tell, when you have political pundits who have a kind of like recyclable list of talking points, like quips or tidbits, it's all the things that they choose to use are always very revealing. So Piers Morgan loves talking about how Obama was the deporter in chief. He deported 3 million people, more than any. And he likes that for a very specific reason, right? Like, well, one is because he probably caught someone out asking that question like 10 years ago, and he's just trying to relive that moment for the rest of his life. But the other thing is that to him, it suits his worldview, right? Because it's liberal hypocrisy. It's like, oh, liberals and lefties, they love Obama, but they don't like deporting people. So, do you know who the biggest deporter was? Obama! And then he comes and fucking sleeps like a baby until the next time he does it, right? Like, that's like your Pierce thing. For Hassan, the reason he loves quoting what he thinks Einstein said about Zionism and how he thinks Einstein validates his opinions on Zionism is because he is insecure about his intelligence. He loves the idea of like cosplaying as an intellectual, as an academic. He loves to talk about his poli-sci degree as if that qualifies him to talk about every single political topic, like more than the average person. And what could be more validating than just, he's literally just doing the thing, this very clever scientist guy agrees with me. He's like literally fucking Jay Shetty, but for political fucking snake oil sales. Like, it's so funny that he just loves this Einstein shit. Oh God. But because what Hassan said about Einstein was so fucking off the mark and so retarded, someone wrote an article about it, so let's see. The problem with Hassan Piker's Einstein story. People scrutinizing influencers for their views should also hold them to account for their facts. Facts! Last week, Pod Save America, the popular podcast founded by former Obama administration staffers, hosted the influencer and leftist provocateur Hassan Piker, a charismatic and pugnacious. Oh, I love it when a journalist says pugnacious. That's how you know they're a clever person. Hassan quotes Einstein. This guy says pugnacious. Piker has become a flashpoint in a broader debate among Democrats over how far their party's big tent ought to extend. Unsurprisingly, Piker's hour-long interview generated controversy. Critics on the right and left highlighted his refusal to condemn Hamas. Others were upset that the influencer said he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, even as he reiterated his reticence to back a progressive politician such as Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance. But a very different part of the podcast caught my attention because it illustrates the problem with the wrangling over Hassan Biker. It revolves around his contentious opinions about a narrow subject: Jews and Israel. Wow. This person's throwing a curveball here by distinguishing the Jews from Zionism. That's crazy. While giving short shrift to his broader worldview and his tendency to be wrong on the facts. The issue is not whether to engage with figures like Piker, it's how to do so in a way that's genuinely informative. The Pod Save America appearance offers a case in point. While discussing his personal opinion to Israel's founding, his personal opposition to Israel's founding, Piker marshals an unexpected ally, Albert Einstein. God, it's so fucking funny, man. What better ally than Albert Einstein for your fucking dog shit? To just pretend Einstein would have said all the things you do. The very smart guy. Did you know Einstein, this huge IQ, this scientist? It's so fucking stupid as well because, you know who else was a great scientist? Fucking Heisenberg. Right? He was a fucking Nazi. I mean, not like the Breaking Bad Heisenberg, whatever. It's, fuck me. My assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism. He tells the co-host, Jean Favreau. I don't know why I said John, whatever. The Jewish physicist, Piker said, was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. But Einstein, in Piker's account, assailed the Israeli project from the start. He saw the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and wrote about what Zionism was turning into. And he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing. Most listeners probably took little notice of this historical riff. Favreau does not remark on it, but for me, it was a flashing neon sign. I wrote my undergraduate thesis about Einstein's relationship to Judaism and Zionism, poring over the relevant documents in 3 languages on 2 continents. Oh no. And just about every bit of Piker's potted portrayal is either misleading or false. We read the context of these quotes when we were watching the interview. Einstein was talking about the Irgun and the Lehi, a group that was at the time being condemned by the Haganah, that was condemned by most of the Yishuv, and that was literally having their members fired on and fucking killed by the Yishuv. It's so, whatever. Far from an opponent of the Zionist endeavor, Einstein assisted it for decades. In 2021, he raised money across America for the Hebrew University alongside Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization. In 1923, he delivered a guest lecture at the school's campus in Jerusalem. Weizmann, meanwhile, was tapped to be the first president of Israel in 1948. Einstein, who had not been in the running, congratulated him. Long before the emergency of Hitler, I made the cause of Zionism mine because through it I saw a means of correcting a flagrant wrong, Einstein wrote to Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1947, in an attempt to persuade him to support that movement. In 1951, the physicist hosted Ben-Gurion, Israel's founding prime minister, at his home in Princeton, New Jersey. I did not know this. So that's 3 days after the 48 war. He's hosting Ben-Gurion, the Prime Minister of Israel, at his home. Okay. When Weizmann died the next year, Ben-Gurion offered his position to Einstein, who declined, writing that he was deeply moved by the offer from our state of Israel, and at once saddened and ashamed that I cannot accept it. The notoriously absent-minded
Goes
professor
down for the
explained,
Houthis. Totally
I
Albert
lacked both
Einstein.
the natural
That's
aptitude
Don
and
Senpai
the
would never lie to
experience
us.
to deal properly
For
with
the
people
Hagen.
and to exercise official functions. Shortly before his death, Einstein told an interviewer that he had great hopes for the future of the Jewish state. He even planned to deliver a speech marking the 7th anniversary of Israel's founding in 1955, but died days before he could deliver it. He bequeathed his valuable papers and the rights to his name and likeness to Hebrew University. None of this is to say that Einstein was an uncritical booster of the Zionist project. On the contrary, he was a sharp public antagonist of the Israeli right. This ideological orientation was likely another reason Einstein turned down the ceremonial role of the country's presidency, which is meant to be nonpartisan. He was also a deeply reluctant nationalist. Before Israel was founded, Einstein advocated for a shared state of Arabs and Jews, writing in 1946 that what we can and should ask is for secured binational status in Palestine with free immigration. Now, to be clear, the reason that this was never going to happen was because the Palestine National Movement completely opposed the free immigration part. They would only accept a one-state solution if Jewish immigration ended on that day, not even 5 years afterwards, was their response to the white paper in 1939. But once Israel was established, Einstein strongly supported its continued existence while insisting that its ultimate success depended on the pursuit of peace and fair treatment of the land's Arab inhabitants. International policies for the Middle East should be dominated by efforts to secure peace for Israel and its neighbors, he wrote in the draft of his deathbed speech. In other words, Einstein wasn't an apologetic Israel right or wrong advocate or an ardent anti-Zionist, but something more interesting. A left-wing supporter of Jewish statehood who believed in Israel's necessity, but also in the fundamental rights of the region's Palestinian citizens. The complex combination of commitments puts him in accord with many, if not most, Americans and American Jews today, according to survey data. In contemporary terms, one might call Einstein a liberal Zionist. Oh no. The same category of people Piker has previously called liberal Nazis. Oh no, 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 no. Einstein sounds like me, not gonna lie. He's probably a bit less of a Zionist than you are, Dante, but yeah. Ironically, and I would never do this because I'm not a fucking fanny.
Because I'm not a fucking
Gaza
fanny.
is the graveyard of the occupier, by the way. Cope. What a fucking unbelievably shameless, disgusting, retarded fucking thing to say. Like, when Gaza's just become the graveyard of Gazans, like 9th of August 2025. Okay.
When people say like, oh well, you know, I'm a liberal Zionist, like I want there to be a Jewish.
I've heard that so many times.
I'm a liberal Zionist. I want there to be a Jewish ethno state. I'm like, okay, like what do you mean? It's like saying you're like a liberal Nazi. You want an Aryan majority ethno state? Like what are you talking about? There's people there.
Yeah.
There's people there that Israel is occupying the lives of. There's people there.
Good one. But listeners to Piker on Pod Save America will have learned none of this. The stream's cavalier characterization of the views of American Jews, living and dead, and his failure to genuinely reckon with what they think, help explain why some feel that Piker fosters anti-Jewish animus. I was going to say, it's ironic, because if I was ever that much of a fucking fanny, I would just be like, hey, you know, actually, the Einstein opinion is closer to mine than it is to your. But wait, why? I don't need to be validated by fucking Einstein. He was a physicist. Great physicists have been in support of Zionism and opposed to Zionism. Some great scientists of old have been fucking fascists. Other ones have been communists. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't make you any more fucking correct because one great scientist said something good about your opinion in politics. Like, God. But listeners to Piker on Positive America will have none of this. The streamer's cavalier characterization of the views of American Jews, living and dead, and his failure to genuinely reckon with what they think help explain why some feel that Piker fosters anti-Jewish animus. But one need not reach a conclusion on the anti-Semitism question to arrive at the simpler determination that he speaks confidently about things that he does not know much about. And this phenomenon is not unique to Piker. It's characteristic of the new media landscape, which now includes smash-mouth streamers, that's you guys, and podcasters of all political persuasions who talk about everything but are experts in nothing, and whose incentives run toward incendiary virality rather than accuracy. Often this means that these talkers leave listeners less informed than when they came in, as is the case here. There needs to be a word for that, like a phrase. You know, like there's people who know nothing, and then there are people who know loads of things, but they're all wrong, which is worse, right? Like it's like less than nothing. It's like your knowledge is fucking in the negative, not even zero. Yeah. Fuck. Ooh. Where was I? Such pitfalls should not stop journalists and activists from interviewing these influential actors. Doing so is part of the job and essential for democratic dialogue. The question is not whether such people should be engaged, but how. Interviewers should educate themselves about the influencers' past arguments and be prepared to dig into the details. This is weird because this is what they used to do, isn't it? Like, if you went on BBC Hard Talk as a thinker, you knew the host was going to fucking read all your shit, or at least have other people read all your shit, and have a whole fucking bit of paper, or like a whole, like a binder full of notes of stuff that you've said and were wrong about. Like, imagine I don't know why. Like, why is it that when David Irving goes on like BBC Hard Talk, they're prepared with every single talking point, but like now people just let them get away with shit. It's so odd because it's not like Hassan pulled out a fucking wild card with the Einstein thing. He's done that loads of times. There's too much to keep track of now. I don't know. I don't think so. You don't even have just, but I know, well, yeah, because now the demand for content is so high and so omniscient that you do actually just have to do a bit of content every single fucking day. And yeah, you probably can't prepare because like a weekendly show or a show that's got like loads of researchers who can prep you for stuff. Like a good interview with any political person, like podcaster or whatever, would probably entail going through their streams, going through their content, viewing things that they said, and bringing things up. So, oh yeah, well, on this stream you made this claim's wrong, here's why. That's what they did with guests in the past, or like, but then it became quips or quotes, or then it became they're not even watching the content, they're just gone for like a list of bad things X person has said, and it just becomes like a live hit piece almost, a real-time hit piece. Yeah, well. As CNN's Elle Reeve did when she exposed the far-right podcaster Candace Owens' conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk's killing. Tucker Carlson has broadcast elaborate Hitler apologetics and other anti-Semitic ideas. His interlocutors should be familiar with their refutations and be able to raise them when confronting him. But obviously, this kind of like puff piece interviewing, it's very intentional, right? It's like when Dave Rubin used to host like white supremacists, like people like Richard Spencer or like Paul Joseph Watson, and he would just say, well, you know, I hear a lot in the press I hear a lot of lefties say that you're a conspiracy theorist. Is that true? Do you believe in conspiracy theories? And Paul Joseph Watson's just like, no, I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I believe in pursuing the truth wherever it may lead. And it's like, oh, well, I suppose now that you got that checked, he's not a conspiracy theorist. It seems like the Democrats were lying again. Like, I think I got Richard Spencer on. It's like, I hear a lot of people saying you're like a white nationalist or like a... No, he wouldn't even say that. He's like, I hear a lot of people saying that you're like a racist, that you're like a white supremacist, like you want to dominate the blacks. Is that true? And then Richard Spencer's like, no, that's not true at all. I'm actually I'm a white nationalist. So, I mean, I respect black rights. And I think the blacks should have a land of their own as well and have their sovereignty and their... Dave Rubin, oh, well, I suppose we don't have to worry about calling you a white racist again. But that's intentional, right? Like you are kind of prepared. You're prepared to let them get away with their shit. Like that's what they're doing there. So maybe they just want to, let them get away with the shit. I don't know. Hosts could also bring on experts to complicate the simplistic narratives marketed by the streaming set. One imagines a medical researcher might have some thoughts on Piker's recent claim that Cuba had come up with a treatment for Alzheimer's that he alleges had been suppressed. I forgot about that. Oh, God. I forgot about that. They cured Alzheimer's. This is what the State Department doesn't want you to know about. Holy we have been lied to. He's so fucking retarded, man. Ugh. Oh, God.
True. Fucking son.
After all, even Joe Rogan has his producers serve as an on-air fact checker. The people interviewing Rogan should too. Other questions are worth posing to influencers such as Piker by those who are evaluating them as political partners. On Pod Save America, most of the runtime was devoted to Piker holding forth about Jews and Zionism. This was less the fault of the show and more a response to the public discourse, which is obsessed over Piker's every utterance on these subjects. But for the average voter considering the streamer as a potential ally and wondering what the world would look like if he had more power, the tired anti-Semitism arguments obscure far more fundamental issues. For instance, Piker has repeatedly exhibited a soft spot for left-coated expansionist left-coded, expansionist authoritarian regimes. When he was asked recently if there is a country that has done socialism in a way that you'd like, he did not cite the Nordic states favored by the likes of Senator Bernie Sanders. He said China is probably the closest, while acknowledging plenty of issues within the Chinese system that he did not detail before launching into praise of the country's high-speed rail. Is it really anything other than the fucking high-speed rail? Is it anything? All I hear about is these fucking trains. And again, if you want high-speed rail in America, you need Americans to want high-speed rail in America. Because America is a democracy, and Americans are car fuckers, okay? They stick their dicks in fucking car exhausts, okay? They drink gasoline. They are retarded, okay? They'll buy a pickup truck with a huge boot, and there's nothing inside it, ever, because they like a big car. They have 5 cars per child, okay? They love cars. They don't care about fucking trains. You need to make them care about trains to get trains. And then you need all the fucking NIMBYs to care enough about trains to maybe some of them allowing, to have some of them allow railroads to get built in areas that they might otherwise say no to.
Hey, if you don't like America, then you can
Also,
get
capitalist
it.
countries have high-speed rail as well. Japan has it. Fucking
America! Fuck yeah!
Good one, baby.
Ancient Egypt has great pyramids. What a banger society. Can't see there's even pyramids in America. Trash. Pikers likened China's subjugation of Tibet to the North's crushing of the South in the American Civil War and argued that the takeover helped civilize the territory. He has also compared Taiwan to the Confederacy. Wait, did he compare Taiwan to the Confederacy? That's crazy. I love this fucking like essentializing. Taiwan was run by the Kuomintang, who were the nationalist movement that murdered a whole bunch of fucking communists. And then when Mao won in the revolution, when the communists won, the Kuomintang ran off to Taiwan and took it over. Which is interesting because the more that Taiwan, the actual native Taiwanese, took power in that territory, the less it became like a fascist nationalist regime. The more it became democratic, and the more it became pluralistic, and the more it became cognizant of like people's civil rights and everything like that. But apparently because they were taken over by an anti-communist, like right-wing nationalist movement in the fucking 50s, like Taiwan is always that. It's so it's so dumb. It's quite disgusting as well, actually, when you think about it.
The official position of the American government,
No,
make
time's
no
up.
mistake, is that Taiwan is a part of China. Wink. That's it.
That's also the official position of like a lot of Asian countries, but some of them will just explicitly say why it's their official position, and it's because they don't want to cause a fight, because they want to stir up shit with the big bad, massive fucking country that's right next to them.
I'm saying it. What is this? The Economist, China v.
Sorry, was this not appropriately timestamped? When did he say the Confederates are? Confederate are.
Confederates are.
Israel should build high-speed rail and everything else will be forgiven. It would appear so. He mentions Confederacy quite a lot here.
Hawaii to the USA? No, not even.
Let's just watch it
That's
from the
it.
beginning.
I'm saying it. What is this? The Economist, China v. Taiwan is age restricted. Why?
Uh-oh.
If countries were people, the relationship between China, America, and Taiwan would be a love triangle like no.
Like Hawaii to the USA? No, not even. It's like if Texas used to, like, the Confederate States used to rule America,
Oh, yeah.
okay, and they were pretty fucking brutal. And then there was there was like a union revolution, and then also a massive war on top of that, and massive
Wait. Sorry, let's start again. I want to.
used to rule America.
No. Okay.
And Taiwan would be a love triangle like no.
I need to follow
Like
this.
Hawaii to the USA? No, not even. It's like if Texas used to, like, the Confederate States used to rule America, okay, and they were pretty fucking brutal. And then there
Is
was
he talking about the Kuomintang?
there was like a union revolution, and then also a massive war on top of that, and massive and you know, massive war crimes that were occurring, and then the Confederate States of America just basically seceded.
Yeah.
And were able to have their own thing.
So yeah,
separate-
he is basically saying that Taiwan is like a Confederate state that just survived the fucking war. Yeah, okay.
And they still laid ownership. They still originally laid claim to the entirety of America. And the Union kept growing and growing as a
That's what the Kuomintang said. Yes, the Kuomintang did claim that they should be in charge of like all of China. Yeah. That's also interestingly why the Kuomintang, who were not native Taiwanese when they were in charge in the 50s, the Kuomintang were, they would fucking arrested and they would execute people for advocating for Taiwanese independence. Like, so they would execute local Taiwanese people, like natives, for saying that they wanted an independent Taiwan. But okay.
Superpower around the planet. And then inevitably, all of the other countries that were primed against the United States of America decided, actually, okay, never mind. We are no longer acknowledging that, like, the Confederate States is the real America. We're now acknowledging, and Texas being like the remainder Confederate state that like lost the war, basically was able to secede regardless, but was still laying claim to the entirety of America and maybe even fucking Canada. Okay.
Is that what Taiwan's doing now, dude?
All of America's enemies around the world were saying, you know, no, that's actually the real America. Texas is the real America. And then inevitably, they were like, all right, never mind. We're reversing that. The Union is the real America. Texas is not the real America. But we're still going to keep giving Texas as many weapons as possible so they can maintain the Confederacy as like a
so
stronghold
evil,
against.
Man. But the problem is no one knows anything. So the fact that this is actually just like the fact that this is an evil thing for him to be saying, you wouldn't even notice because no one fucking knows, right? Like, it's so annoying. Listen, cards on the table, okay? I don't know that much about Taiwan, but I know the bare minimum, and it's more than enough to know that what he's saying here is absolutely fucking psychotic. Like, let's see. I don't need a perfect map of the Civil War. Let's just go with this one. Why not? Because it's cute. Okay. God, that's a huge map. It's a big file. We're at 12%. Okay. Right. So you got two big movements here, okay? Two broad ones. You got the communists, and you've got the Kuomintang, who are like the Chinese nationalists. And at times they have a kind of like they have a bit more of a rapport because of the Japanese occupation in World War II. But at a certain point, the nationalists are very, very anti-communist. And at one point, they even betray the communists and murder a whole bunch of them. I think it was in Shanghai, I think, yeah. So you've got Chiang Kai-shek, who's the leader of the Kuomintang, and obviously we know how the story ended. Like, basically, the nationalists were defeated. After the war, the communists defeat the nationalists, and the nationalists over here, they get fucked up and they run away, okay? And they only manage to reclaim control over one little part, which is Taiwan, okay? Right? They're here. And America backs them with arms and everything else because America is pursuing Truman's containment policy. And they're saying, we don't want communism to spread anywhere. So if there's one outpost in this otherwise unified China that is not communist, that is not against us and everything, then we're going to support them. So they arm them and everything else. And that continues for a while. Now, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists are from the mainland, whereas in Taiwan, there are native Taiwanese people who have, there's a very small indigenous population, like tiny, and there's also a bunch of like native Taiwanese who came over from the mainland, maybe like some of them had done so like 1,000 years ago, some 100 years ago. So basically there's like two semi-foreign powers like in Taiwan, right? America's funding the nationalists, and the nationalist leadership have come from the mainland. But the thing that, so that's where the Confederacy argument might come from. Like the nationalists were quite right-wing, they were very anti-communist, they murdered a lot of communists, even incidentally communists who allied with them. The problem with Hassan's analogy is that things change. Things change. The leaders of the Kuomintang are dead, right, from the 50s. And Taiwan and leadership of Taiwan had since been taken over by people who were native to the land, who were not originally from the Kuomintang. And then people in the governancy and the civil service and the sort of like technical leadership of the country of Taiwan, they came from locally as well. So the original Kuomintang, who murdered a bunch of communists and took American backing, and Hassan likes to describe as fascist, they're gone, okay? They're dead, they fucked off. And people who were native to Taiwan have since increasingly taken leadership. And then Taiwan went through a process, which again is called progress, okay? So now Taiwan is modernized, it's gone through democratic reform, its ruling parties have been more dominated by native Taiwanese people as opposed to the nationalists who came over here from the mainland in the 50s and 40s. It's a different place now. It has more plurality. It has more civil rights than mainland China does. It has more democracy than mainland China does. In a lot of ways, it's just a better fucking place to live. So now there's a problem where Taiwan effectively functions as a de facto independent state. Like, they've got their own democratic elections. They've got there's like a US, not really an embassy, but it does all the things that an embassy would do in Taiwan. Do they have high-speed rail? Honestly, I actually don't know. But First Asian countries allow same-sex marriages. Like, it's a different place now. So likening it to the Confederacy is fucking insane. The fact that, and I don't even know if Hassan ever even mentions that it's nothing like the Confederacy now. I guess the thing that makes it Confederacy to Hassan is the fact that it's, well, like America backs it. That's the thing that makes it tantamount to a fucking slave-owning state. My recollection actually is that the thing that approximates slave labor in this area all happens in the mainland, by the way, in the sweatshops. Like, I think that all happens in mainland China under the communists, not in Taiwan. So, like, it's such a fucking crazy ass thing for him to say. Like, and the problem is that Taiwan is in a bit of a difficult situation now because, on the one hand, they can't really declare independence because that would mean you rock the boat with China and China invades you. And that's also why neighboring Asian countries don't really want to call Taiwan independent either, because even though it functionally is, like, the status quo, it might as well, it's like, it's got more autonomy than Scotland does compared to England, right? Like, they seem like a different country in a lot of ways. But Hassan hinges on that one China statement policy, as if to say that, like, basically, if China ever does make a move on Taiwan, Hassan is going to have to somehow use all the mental gymnastics in the world to basically make it seem like Taiwan is some kind of like secessionist movement that's just getting tamed by the regular government. As in, like, he's going to have to try to make it sound somehow like Taiwan is a surviving Confederate state that is just being brought back into the fold of regular liberal democracy, which is so fucking mental and evil when you apply it to Taiwan, because Taiwan is the democratic part of this equation, right? Taiwan is the place where there actually is freedom of speech and like a level of like domestic autonomy where people can actually determine their own destiny and not have things just fucking dictated to them by like a ruling
Tiny
regime.
name drop.
But I don't know. Yeah, that's quite crazy. And also one of the reasons that other Asian countries don't really want to assert Taiwanese independence as well is because they know that like Taiwan is surviving because of American aid, right? Like with military support. The thing is that, and I think one of the, I can't remember which country it was from, but it was some statesman from one of these neighboring countries that said that like, the idea is that China has been around for like thousands of years. The US has been in Asia for less than 100 years. And one day they will get bored and they'll leave. Like one day they will give up. And even Trump talks about this kind of shit sometimes. So when that happens, why the fuck would any neighboring country support Taiwanese independence or even treat Taiwan as a separate country when the fucking retribution is just like, it could be 10 years, it could be 50 years, but like it's kind of inevitable. Very fucking stupid though. And also why Hassan keeps saying that Taiwan claims to assert sovereignty over all of China, like they're the real government and they should govern. That's dead. That's Chiang Kai-shek in the fucking 60s and 70s saying that that Taiwan and his government is actually the legitimate rulers of all of China because they came from China. Whereas the current Taiwanese rulers are much more so, the people in the top offices in China and Taiwan are native Taiwanese. They don't try to claim all of China as their own. But he's essentializing this whole fucking area, this whole de facto nation based on like what their old leaders used to say in like what we're talking about best part of 50, 60 years ago now?
Union America, the United States of America, and constantly have that as a cudgel, constantly have that as like wield the existence of the Confederate States or the existence of Texas as a Confederate state.
You just made it more confused, someone in chat said.
To the existence of the United States of America. Texas is his own country, and almost every Texan's head, Hassan, you can't get through to them. But would you admit that despite Texas's horrible past in this hypothetical, they've normalized and aren't crazy anymore? Oh, absolutely. So the other part of this is also that Texas originally is like very fascist, okay? Texas as a Confederate state is originally like insanely fascist, really fucked up, really bad. And then somewhere along the line, they decide, okay, we gotta like be better, okay? They do democratic elections, and they slowly but surely, have like a normal process and become like a real country, rather than
should it stay a real country or not then?
Ridiculous like military dictatorship that it used to be.
Why did it need a chatter to ask him about that? That's even worse to me. The fact that he needed a chatter to bring that, because if that chatter hadn't brought that up, you would just think Taiwan was like the Confederacy. Like they were still like Chiang Kai-shek's old fucking Kuomintang. But I guess he knows that Taiwan's not like that. So,
like a fascist dictatorship it used to be. That's it. In the eyes of the United States of America, at that point, Texas is seen as a threat to its existence. And like every single person in Texas is pretty much like literally this. You wouldn't think that like right now in the way that you view America, you wouldn't think that like people in Texas are something different. You would say that they're American, and ethnically they are American, but they are a separate state.
Ethnically
That's
American.
it. Jake's going off. Lowhow is doing this debate right now. What debate?
Pretty sure. What is the polling now on how Taiwanese people identify? Indigenous Taiwanese are a thing too. Yeah, but there's very few of them. Where's the most recent poll? I know it's most Taiwanese. They do identify as Taiwanese primarily or exclusively. Yeah. 2/3 of adults consider themselves primarily Taiwanese. And the younger population even more so. Okay, dude, come on. Like, come on. I don't know why you need to do that analogy anyway. You can just describe what happened. It's not that difficult. Okay, fuck. Piker's apologies for left-wing autocrats. Wait, what? Where are we? Oh, here. He once referred to China's mass detention facilities for Uyghur Muslims as concentration camps, only to quickly revise that to re-education camps and claim they are all closed now. They are not, and the detentions also continue through the formal justice system.
Re-education camp.
Piker's apologia for left-wing autocrats are not restricted to contemporary ones. Last month, he told his viewers that Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world. And at the Yale Political Union this month, he declared that the fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. The tens of millions of victims of the Soviet Union went unmentioned. Fucking hell, man. Talking with Piker about a political coalition to save American democracy without discussing his affinity for Chinese rulers is like teaming up with Carlson about it without interrogating his praise for Russian President Vladimir Putin, or with Donald Trump without examining his outlook towards Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ooh. And yet, only the debate over the latter tends to happen, such that Israel crowds out all other considerations, including extremely consequential beliefs that end up going unchallenged. Favreau, the Pod Save America co-host, perceptively alludes to this very problem in his exchange with Piker. Tucker Carlson's good example, Favreau observes. He'll do it like a very thoughtful critique of Israel and then suddenly like launch into a conspiracy. The thing is, Carlson isn't the only one whose Israel rhetoric attracts outside attention that conveniently enables the rest of his ideology to evade scrutiny. Many pundits and reporters are understandably unfamiliar with the oeuvre of some of the country's biggest influencers. The content of these creators is spread out over incalculable hours of streaming video and is not easily searchable. But any productive conversation with or about these personalities requires an accurate understanding of their worldviews. Perhaps liberal listeners align with Piker's perspective on regimes such as China and the Soviet Union and consider his approach compatible with their fight against Trumpism. Perhaps they do not. But to make that call, they need to know what he actually believes. And that's a conversation worth having. Isn't this the guy? Mossad agent. I don't think Yair Rosenberg was correct in his criticisms of what I brought up about Einstein's take on Israel. His warnings have come true, which was my position. He's so fucking dishonest. He's such a ridiculous fucking... Why were you mentioning the Irgun and Lehi then? Like, what the fuck? We'll have to find the original clip then. Did he say this? Let's see.
Real. My assessment on Zionism as an ideology is not that different from Albert Einstein's assessment of Zionism.
His assessment. Okay, so not his prediction, his assessment. An assessment's usually when you are describing a thing that's happening at the time that you're saying it. But
when he saw Deir Yassin and these and the violence that the early Zionist brigades were engaging in, Haganah, Irgun, Lehi, these militia movements before the IDF existed, before Israel existed, and he was actually asked to be the first president of Israel. He wrote about what Zionism was turning into, and he warned that what he was seeing was exactly what the Nazis were doing, and he warned about it. He said, if we do not have a commitment to binationalism, if we do not have a commitment to the people that are already living there, the atrocities that I'm seeing that, you know, Zionist brigades are engaging in right now, committing right now against the Palestinians, is going to turn into exactly what the Nazis have done. And he was right. He saw it ahead of time. I mean, he knew what the Nazis were. He lived through it, right? And so my perspective is shaped by...
we have no idea if Einstein today would have looked at Israel and said, this is exactly what the Nazis did. Like, if he'd said that, he'd be wrong, because again, this is just a complete fucking failure to comprehend the scale and the fucking intent and the viciousness with which Nazis pursued their policies, and in such a small space of time. Like, you can look at a map of fucking Operation Barbarossa and compare it to your disappearing Palestine maps that you get from the Free Palestine activists. Like, it's fucking night and day. I don't know why people tried to do these stupid fucking connections, but okay, good save, buddy. It was a warning. I see. Where is the full letter? We read this, didn't we? I also don't really see where in this letter there's supposed to be him warning that, like, Zionism will become this. He actually even mentions most of the Jewish community was horrified, and the Jewish Agency, which was a Zionist body, sent a telegram of apology to King Abdullah of Transjordan. But okay. He's very much distinguishing there. I don't know. Silly. Pretty goofy ass defense. Why does invoking Einstein here even lend credence to his position? Is Einstein looked back on as some great mind in the field of contemporary geopolitics? No. It's just it's like the retard's fucking argument of like, oh wow, this person with the very high IQ and the science man said this thing, even though Einstein did not say what Hassan said. It's just whatever. But it's very validating if you pretend that he did, right? Like, it sounds like Einstein opposes the Israeli right without opposing all of Israel as a concept. It sounds like again, if you believe that Einstein would have wanted to abolish Israel, and like, then by all means, but you have no proof of that, and you're just doing that because you're desperate to get validation from a fucking dead guy. Anyway. I think, wait, where can I go here? Spelling bee. No. I fucking hate spelling bee. I'll still do it, but just, you know, for fun. In my own time. Captain Dan the Fireman for thanks for $5. And Meme for the $4.99. Keep your Wilson, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Pragmatic American, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Jiu-Jitsu for the $4.99. And Costco Manager, thanks for the $4.99. Been away for a bit, but happy to come back. Really like the chat you had with Soy Pill. Brought me back from an
Yeah, sorry, I feel so tired. I'm back now. I'll step away for a quick second. But I'm back. I'm back.
Anti-semi brink quite a bit. What's an anti-semi, like an anti-Semitic brink? What, you were becoming anti-Semitic? Wait, what? Or you were seeing anti-Semitism and it freaked you out? I don't even know, whatever.
You may
I just
still
love
have.
900 people watching this fucking
You never know.
shitty-ass stream.
This could
God.
be the apocalypse right now. This might be hell. Sitting here watching me play KSP.
What's this?
As for the political ancestors of the current
Yeah,
Netanyahu government,
no.
Einstein tore into
I'm
them
getting left
and their
behind.
political parties, particularly in the New York
Sorry,
Times.
bud.
When Menachem Begin came to New York in late 1948, Einstein, Hannah Arendt, and other Jewish intellectual figures in the United States published a letter denouncing his visit.
This is not the article he's reading. He's reading people who he thinks are validating him.
And
I don't know. He's just rewriting what he said. It's so fucking annoying.
the organization he led, calling it a political party very close in its organization, methods, and political philosophy and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. One example they cited was the massacre of 240 men, women, and children in the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin. Einstein would repeat his accusation until his death in 1955. These people are Nazis in their thoughts and actions. Anyone who says today in the mainstream media is immediately labeled an anti-Semite and blacklisted. It's unbelievable that Yair Rosenberg went on The Atlantic, a magazine whose editor-in-chief is literally a former concentration camp prison guard from Israel, okay, and wrote that article, and his key point on the article his key point in the article was,
isn't this the guy? Oh my god. Okay. All the things that I don't even need to fact check to know that they're not true. We're not even doing it. I'm not wasting my time with that fucking nonsense. Jesus Christ. Get me out of here.
Well, that was fun. Alright, we're gonna watch this real quick. I want to see this myself.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I asked that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say,
help us with that.
You had Republicans,
How about you help
Democrats,
us with that?
independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again.
He'll be with us today if we had a ballroom. True. We need to install ballrooms in every single school in America.
So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have Cash, and then you're going to go on. We can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for. That was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again.
Really?
We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly
Do his
what
thoughts and
you
prayers.
want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said.
Well,
that
thanks.
We are
Thanks for those at
extraordinarily
least,
grateful and
Barcode.
appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that,
Maybe God will
that
do
did their
something.
jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started.
Is that true?
There is federal law enforcement already.
Are you
working
sure
on
about that?
Search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them, and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President and the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI.
All right,
No piece
we'll
of
take a look.
information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly, and I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It was, it's always shocking when something like this happens. Happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, the First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. You know, I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew.
He always has such a fucking derpy ass look on his face.
It's a bad
Jesus
noise.
Christ.
And
Chinese reach you to that Fox journalist that said I couldn't agree more. No, I didn't. Can you link it? I feel so tired.
And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do.
Supposed to manifesto? I have not.
Right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they
You're
got
right.
them.
No one's ever been assassinated who was
The people
terrible.
that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that
Okay, well, that's true. Most impactful, but it doesn't necessarily mean the impact is good.
they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Oh,
The
shut the
strangest country.
fuck up, dude.
And
Shut
a lot of people are
up.
not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank
Right.
you for updating us on
Thank
the
you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you never know. He was very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job. In my opinion, a much better job than.
Where the head him on the ground, he
Butler.
looked up and said, "This is lib country." Oh,
Somebody should have been
jeez.
up there. But even Butler,
Oh,
we had
jeez.
our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot. As you know, they should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor? And has the suspect made any statements?
Oh no, not yet. Yeah,
I
let's
think it's just my look. It's not my
watch that here.
profession. Great professionals up here and outside.
That looks
have
really
been working with
interesting.
us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically
All
motivated.
violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of, members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
Elsewhere too. You know, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
Turn that temperature down at this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it.
So no,
because we have no choice. We can't.
You're
let,
not
as an
going to
example,
turn
Iran,
the temperature down.
we
You
can't
don't
let
want to
them
turn
get
the
a nuclear
temperature
weapon.
down.
Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering, you know, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you know, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Talked about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back.
Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive, all of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts, so it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Well, that was something.
With a Today exclusive, part of NBC News' Common Ground
Cool.
initiative aimed at bringing
we'll
people
have that.
together in search of solutions to the challenges we face across the country.
Well, Jenna is here. She had the chance to sit down with
Actually,
each
let
of
me
the
just
4
go ahead and do
former
that
U.S.
first really
presidents
quick.
for their reflection.
I posted as soon as he passed down.
18, go for 7. Very cool,
Obviously, shall I post it as soon as he passes down there?
18, go for
Obviously,
Dude, that dude ran like
Ahead of
fucking Usain
America's
Bolt.
250th anniversary in July.
Yeah, I did, you guys. The former presidents were all gathered in Philadelphia at a private event hosted by the History Channel. It's called History Talks. It's in partnership with our parent company, Comcast. I caught up with each of the former presidents on the sideline of the event. We talked about what inspired their service to our country, their legacies, and I asked them to share their messages to the American people on our country's historic anniversary.
I, William Jefferson Clinton.
It's a time-honored tradition, 250 years strong.
I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
The American people electing their leaders.
I, Barack Hussein Obama.
Presidents, an indelible mark on our nation's history.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
Serving their country, the highest office in the land. Hi, Dad. What's it like to be part of the ex-president club?
Oh, that's wild.
Well, it can be boring when we're all
That's
together.
kinda cool.
No, it's an honor. There's a great camaraderie because we all shared something special.
Our nation's leaders each carrying the weight of those promises and the ideals of our founding fathers. There's a weight of the presidency that few can understand.
You understand.
I understand it.
I found that people were ready to help. I was a senator for a long time, been in that building a lot of times.
Yes.
36 years I was a senator, and then 8 years as vice president. And it was an opportunity to be able to focus on the things that I thought needed to happen.
What was your favorite part about being the president?
You get to meet the widest possible cross-section of the American people. You know, every corner of this country is just full of really amazing, hardworking, decent people, and getting that broad overview of who we are as Americans, it made me much less cynical. It made me less prone to think there's an us and a they.
For some, that inspiration came from the very place they would one day call home, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. At 16 years old, you walked into the White House and met then President JFK. What did that moment do to inspire a 16-year-old kid from Hope, Arkansas, to want a life in service?
It had a huge impression on me. It made me realize that a president, even on a bad day, can do something good for somebody. That's what I took out of it. I just couldn't believe he was spending all that time with us. Everybody says when you become president that they remember it, blah, 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 and that I knew when I was standing in the Rose Garden that I was going to be there someday. That's just not true.
You couldn't have even imagined it at 16.
I thought I wanted to be a United States Senator from Arkansas. I did dream of doing that. I never dreamed I'd be president.
What were you most grateful for about the experience of being president of the United States?
Well, I guess it was the greatest honor of my life, or any American's life. The idea that a kid from Scranton, Pennsylvania, we weren't poor, but we're a middle-class guy, could, you know, used to have a stutter, could end up being president of the United States. It's just kind of a story of what America's all about.
These formers, as they are called, remembered for leading our country through some of our greatest challenges. What do you think was the most historically significant moment of your presidency?
9/11.
I can hear you.
Obviously.
The rest of the world hears
Obviously.
you.
I think historians will analyze that day, America's response after that day. It was a reminder that the human condition elsewhere matters to the security of this country. It mattered then, and it now matters now, by the way. And but I think people want to know how the country responded, and it was overwhelming volunteerism. starting with the military. It was an outpouring of patriotism. We can recapture that. I hope it doesn't require a crisis, but it's still latent in the American soul.
Your presidency was a historic one. You were the first black president of our country. What do you think the history books are going to look back and say?
It's very hard for us to judge our place in history. That's up to other people. I can speak about what an extraordinary honor it was to serve the American people. I can speak to how inspired I was to hear the stories of folks out there who were doing wonderful things in their communities, helping each other out, being good neighbors. Maybe one thing I am proud of is the fact that I think we upheld the integrity and the honor of the office, and how we conducted ourselves and how we ran our administration.
What are you most grateful for all your years of service and your time as president?
I am grateful that I had a chance to do what President Kennedy said everyone should want to do, to make maximum use of the talents God gave me, and to do it in a way that benefited other people. You know, you can get up every day, no matter how bad it is, you can make something good happen for somebody. And that is a gift beyond imagining.
How do you hope the history books see your service?
Well, I hope it's not unlike I see your dad's and your grandfather's service, as generated by making sure everybody got a shot. My dad used to say, look, Joey, everyone's entitled to a shot. No guarantee. Everyone's entitled to a shot, guarantee.
250 years later,
It's one small step for man.
a nation tested,
I have a dream.
and a democracy that endures. You ran on a simple yet effective principle, which was hope.
Yeah.
Do you still feel that hope in our country?
I do. You know, the first time I was on the national stage and I talked about hope,
Hope in the face of difficulty.
I reminded people hope is not blind optimism.
The audacity of hope.
Hope arises in the face of difficulty, in the face of uncertainty. And obviously we're going through some uncertain times. But when you look at the sweep of American history, we've gone through rough patches. And we tend to come out on the other side of them stronger.
Family members can't sit across from one another and debate.
Well, we can.
We can.
Yeah.
And we have
Right.
for a long time.
Yes, we have.
But what can help us bring us back to each other?
Well, I think one of the things about the 250th is a chance to focus on the common good and the wonders of this country, the history of this country, the fact that you can worship freely without government tell you how to worship, the fact that you can speak in the public square without being jailed, the fact that we have a press that's willing to hold the powerful to account. I mean, these are all things that should and generally do unite us. I am not concerned about the long-term
Not so much
health of our
lately,
country
but
because I've studied enough history to know that we've been through the periods of intense anger and intense rivalry of ideas. But the beauty about democracy, Jen, is that it's self-correcting. And one of the key things I'm going to try to do during the 250th is encourage citizens to participate in the process. And if you don't like what's going on, vote. And that's how America heals itself.
I'm not sure we're as divided as we portrayed. I'm sure there's anywhere from 15 to 30% of the people who are on the one end here. But I think the vast majority of people are coming around to conclude that, you know, those things, so they don't even think about it directly, but the safeguards in the Constitution. I think people are beginning to realize they're sort of being trampled on right now. So I'm hopeful that people are going to begin to say, wait, we got to slow this thing up. We're coming to the 250th anniversary of the country, and for me, I think it reminds people that democracies depend on certain basic rules.
In 1993, when you became president, my grandfather left you a letter. What did that letter mean?
It meant the world because it basically said, we had a tough campaign. It's over. You won. And I wish you well because you're all our president now. And your success is America's and every American's. So I really wish you well. I kept that letter close at hand for years after I read it. I was just so touched by it. And then when your dad was elected, I wrote him a letter that said basically the same thing.
What do you think we can learn from that in this moment in history?
That America is bigger than anybody's personal hopes and dreams.
For the American people, sometimes it's the smallest gestures.
Those two are
that
such
have the
good
biggest
buddies.
impact.
I love
I get
that.
a little antsy, as I'm sure you know. And I was sitting next to Michelle. That's what happened. That's who I sit next to at funerals. And I was kind of teasing her and stuff. And I slipped her an Altoid, not as a joke, but I thought she might want one. And I got in the car afterwards, and you said, "You're trending." I didn't know what trending meant. And it turns out the country is starved to see a white center-right Republican and a African-American center-left Democrat having fun and being able to converse.
We are
political
starved
figures,
for
but
that.
citizens. And I intend to continue to try to do that.
Our next chapter filled with the same passion and determination on all sides to hold close to the principles that built America and made her strong. As we're celebrating 250 years of our democracy, what message do you have to Americans?
Remember what's best in us. The basic principle upon which this country was founded, which is we don't have rulers, we don't have kings or
I know, right?
or aristocracies. We have citizens. And
But he's just
if
so,
we hold
he
true
is
to that
presidential.
idea, that we the people
Compared to
this chance
the current
of
fucking
self-government.
putts.
If we pay attention to our responsibilities and our duties, and if we extend respect and thoughtfulness to our fellow citizens, even if we disagree with them, if we understand that part of this democratic project is to sort through our...
I mean, like, George W. Bush was never like a terrible person. He's always been like a nice person. We just all disagreed with his politics, you know?
differences in peaceful, legal ways, then I'm confident that we're going to have another 250-year run that's going to be just as good.
The country will survive as much by the process, by the freedom to speak, by the freedom to vote, by the freedom to be active in politics, as by any particular issue. And because it's like it is, compromise is essential.
We're the most unique country in the world. The most unique country in the world in the sense that we really do think democracy is dictated by the rules of the Constitution. And we do believe, and we act, and when we do well, that all men are created equal.
My message is consider yourself fortunate to be a part of a great nation. Study our history so you have a better sense for what the future will be like. And be a citizen, not a spectator. And by that I mean participate in the process, but also love a neighbor like you'd like to be loved yourself. See, one of the beauties of this country is that there are thousands and thousands of citizens who volunteer on a daily basis to help somebody in need. They're often not heralded, but they make a huge difference one person at a time. And I would hope people will take a look at our history and realize we're an imperfect nation trying to be more perfect, but be optimistic about the future of the country.
Here.
What a great conversation.
It really, I mean, what an honor. I realized when I was flying home, I mean, I've interviewed each of them. I know you all have too, but to get to be with them all on one day, they have different beliefs, different thoughts, they've served differently. But you know, to hear them all say, I have hope in our country.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm optimistic. My dad did say we didn't have time in that documentary to put this in, but he did say he was going to bring. They're all going to be together for President Obama's library opening later this summer, and he said he was going to.
Yeah, all of them except for one, right?
Bring Mrs. Obama a crate of Altoids.
I mean, Dad said a lot of good things, but that really resonated with me because I remember that moment with him and Michelle, and it was so needed just watching them.
But he's right, that starvation for it.
It also shouldn't be trending.
Yes,
it's like
hope.
It shouldn't be the unusual thing.
No.
It should be something that common courtesy. But you know, this 250 years and a conversation like that is a gift because it gives perspective, and that is so vanishingly rare. So thank you, Jenna. You did a beautiful job.
Also, we were all at the History Talks. We were in one room, and they were coming back to back, and we had this
Bush.
moment where President Clinton and President Biden were together, which was great. You know, because we also don't often get to see them together. So it was really nice to see.
They had a meet cute at your interview location.
Exactly.
It was also it was refreshing to hear just how optimistic all of them were and still are about the next 250 years.
But also, we live in a really special country.
But a clarion call, too, to all of us citizens.
Yeah,
you know,
to pay attention.
Exactly.
Does your dad know about trending now?
No, he still doesn't. I told him he was trending when he also had that poncho over him.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
How does he not have a deal with Altoids?
I know. You guys, we should mention the History Talks event traditionally features former presidents, you know, obviously to talk about their legacies. And we should know that the History Channel is also working with President Trump on an America 250 project, which they plan to announce later this spring.
Well done.
All right,
well
you guys enjoyed that.
Exactly
Thank you. All right, she's going to have more of her conversation with the former presidents ahead in the 4th hour as well.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't.
Well, that was really heartwarming.
The Bulwark and Tim Miller are absolutely crushing independent media right now, and Tim is also just brutalizing bad faith people when he's up against them, debating them on all sorts of shows. I had a chance this morning to do a Substack live with Tim Miller. We're going to check it out now. And remember that you could have seen this live and participated in the comments and all of the good stuff if you simply subscribe free to the David Pakman Show Substack. Let's get to my conversation with Tim Miller. Tim, it's always good to see you. Good to catch up. I was just checking out your recent appearance on Piers Morgan, where you told this pastor, like, listen, this is me. This is my
What
editorial.
is your mom's bush?
I am not going to treat you differently because you're
Seriously,
calling yourself.
what
that.
is it? I don't know,
evaluate
quite
what
frankly.
you say.
I've never seen
objectively.
anything like it. Never met her before
curious,
in my
do you
life.
like doing those the Piers Morgan appearances?
Yeah, it's funny. I wish I had done more prep for this one because a lot of people saw this video. I think, and maybe part of this because I didn't do prep because I was just like, I don't. Doug Wilson, I know to be a hateful pastor that was that is an influencer of Pete Hegseth, and I know that he's done a bunch of anti-gay stuff. I don't follow his work that closely, and I didn't even know I was going to be on with him. I just my Piers Morgan policy is, when I feel like I have anger I want to get off my chest, I just say yes. You know, I say no usually, but I'm like, if I have something I want to vent about, I say yes. And so I just said yes blindly. I was like, whatever, you can put on whoever you want. Trump is such a disaster right now. It's not like I'm worried about debating any of these things. And so in this particular episode, it was kind of boring because the pastor couldn't articulate a defense of Trump and the war. And so then we end up getting into theological stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. I just think I should call you Doug. And I feel like that felt right in the moment.
Watching it felt very right. It felt very right. Do you think, now we've seen all of these,
What?
I don't really want to call them mea culpas, but we've seen all of
I
these
added this one
around the
today.
whole Trump's the anti-war guy stuff.
Yeah.
We've seen
fun
words like betrayal used by some of the Manosphere podcasters, and I never would have guessed that this was going to happen. Is your sense that they truly believed the whole "I'm the real anti-war candidate" thing, and that now they're genuinely surprised? Or is your sense that they went along with it because they thought it was useful for getting Trump elected?
Yeah, I think they're both. And, it's hard to know what's in anybody's heart. So, I can only judge based on what I've seen of people's content and what I know about them. But I think some of the Manosphere guys feel really betrayed, and for good reason. Like, I watched the Andrew Schultz podcast for one example. He's a guy that had Trump on. I ripped him at the time. He gave a very friendly interview to Trump. They challenged him a little bit, but it was really soft and almost fanboyish. If you listen to his podcast now, or Tim Dillon, who's another comedian who is for Trump, if you listen to them for long enough, it's like this. Maybe they're snowing me, but this feels real. Like, I think that there's a category of people that genuinely were sick of all the foreign wars, thought that Trump was kind of an outsider who was not beholden to the military industrial complex, and that he wouldn't get us into as many stupid wars. And he didn't last time. Obviously, we can debate the margins of what that means, what he actually did and didn't do in the first term.
No,
but
of course
he didn't do anything like Iran in the first term. And so I think that some of those guys feel betrayed, and I think that we should engage with them on that level and take their flip at good faith. I think that they're partisan hacks too. Tucker called Trump a demonic force in a private text message 5 years ago. Tucker knew what he's signing up for. Okay. Tucker wants power and influence. Anybody that's in kind of that Fox Newsmax type, rah Republican Party world, some of them maybe, were just, it kind of doesn't even really matter what they thought Trump's foreign policy was going to be. They were going to be for him no matter what. You know what I mean? They just wanted Trump to win and Kamala to lose because they're Team Jersey type guys. And so, I get a little flustered when I see people sharing the Tucker stuff, because I'm like, man, in the same interview where he's talking about how he feels bad about going along with Trump and how he feels betrayed, he's also he's making fun of my colleagues, Catherine Rampell at the Bulwark, and saying that, she was totally crazy to be in support of lawsuits to break up segregated country clubs. He does this whole rant in support of segregated country clubs in the same podcast. And so it's like, I worry that people hear Tucker talking about this war and they think that he's an ally, and he's not. And so I think he's a different case than some of the guys who aren't political experts, went along for the ride, got snowed, got conned, and now are rethinking it.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with you about how we should be talking to and dealing with those folks. One of the things I've said is we should welcome them
Talking about people being soft
reconsidering,
fanboyish on Trump populism,
and that's great. But I think, and I'm curious your view, I think it's important also to mention this was not unpredictable. And we know that because there were dozens or hundreds of us that were predicting that this was exactly what was going to happen. So I think that it's important both to say, hey, you're not shunned and blacklisted forever, because you are now revisiting your views and saying, hey, I made a mistake. But also, let's not pretend that there was no possible way that anybody could have seen this coming, because there was.
Yeah. Look, I think the way I think about this is, if you have a friend or a cousin or an uncle or an aunt in your life who is mirroring the Tim Dillon, Andrew Schultz turnabout on this, and they are the type of person that you fought with a couple of times on your group text or over a holiday, but whatever, but you still are, it's somebody that you care about, right? And you are on the other side. What would you say to them right now? And maybe you'd say to them, I had some points. I think it's important to consider that you're getting bad information from the media outlets you're following. You'd think about how would you talk to them in a way that wouldn't make them say F you. Right. And different families are different personalities are different, but it's somebody that you care about, and you're not the type of family that likes to yell at each other. There are certain families like that, but if you're not that, you wouldn't go to them. You wouldn't go to the next family barbecue and be like, eat shit, Uncle Chris. I told you, dunked on you, that wouldn't be productive. So I feel that way about this. Yeah, it's important to mention that part of the reason why these guys got snowed is because they bought a bill of goods from Donald Trump and the people around him and the big media influencers around him, including Tucker. And so they should be wary about that next time, and they should think about who was telling them the truth and who wasn't. I think that's totally fair to say and to bring up.
Live and learn appearance today, shitting on Biden,
shitting on Harris,
I'm
trying to go on those shows.
Shitting on Keem Jeffrey saying he seems
their
hard to
audience.
believe. It's like, what Democrats do you like? He was glazing so many loaves on
it's
platinum.
important to
update
your priors when you find out that somebody's been lying to you. And so hopefully that is what happens in certain cases. We're seeing it in the polls, so I do think it's happening naturally.
Who do you think is the most influential or are the most influential right-wing commentators right now? And I know that I could just look up audience size, but I mean more in like an agenda setting sense, the way that for a while, like Rush Limbaugh had this agenda setting power as to like, what are going to be the 2 or 3 things that this week or today are the things that we're talking about. Does that still exist on the right-wing messaging machine, or has it kind of become fractured?
It's become so fractured. I think that we're gonna learn a lot in the next year to answer that question because, I think that in the pre-Trump era, there were a bunch of people clamoring for different roles and different types of influence. There's the more of the neocon set, the more of the let's moderate on things, the more of the hard on immigration, set. And obviously Trump won, kind of making the case that, we should care about America first and crack down on immigration and et cetera. We all know what happened there. And then Trump became so popular, he kind of became a cult, right? And so they're really like the only way to agenda set, so to speak, would be to influence Trump himself. And so in that way, who had influence? It was like the Fox hosts because you watched Fox, or the people that had his phone number, right? Like those are the people that had, and that's been the case now for like 9 years. I mean, Tucker can claim that he has some agenda setting capabilities and et cetera, but frankly, time and again, up until basically Epstein and the war, the Republican base went along with whatever Trump wanted. And so there was no outside influence. You're starting to see that taper off now, and I think that it will be interesting to see kind of who emerges. Obviously, Tucker is trying to make a case for more of an America first, like real, authentic, kind of real communism has never been tried. Real America first has never been tried. Like I'm going to do it the real way. You'll see Ben Shapiro is still, like, I think waning a little bit in influence, but has a ton of influence with the White House, more of a traditional hawkish, foreign policy side of things. And so I think that's kind of where the stuff is going to net out. And I don't think that you can understate still like the influence of Fox. I mean, like Fox, it's an older audience, but like Fox still, um, drives a lot of the conversation on the right, and the big anchors there still do.
The Bulwark and I have a lot of overlap in terms of audience, which I think is interesting.
Plattner would surprise me when do
Where
really
do
good if he
you
wins the main
like?
Senate seat and
Are
turns
you
around
a
and immediately
Republican?
runs
Are you on the
as
right? Are you conservative at this point? Do you consider yourself center left? Like where do you see yourself kind of in this
Yeah.
atmosphere right now?
And I think it's different within the Bulwark, right? And like, the funny thing about Never Trumpism, I'll answer the question, but just to give a little background, I used to joke about this. My colleague Amanda Carpenter has since left the Bulwark, and she's working for Protect Democracy, which is an awesome organization. But me and Amanda were on opposite sides of every primary our whole lives, growing up. Like I always worked for the moderate candidate, she worked for the Tea Party candidate, like in short, right? And so, we had certain things we agreed about, obviously, but we were had different set of ideologies. And so when you start a Never Trumper outlet, like there's gonna be that like proliferation, like among this original crew, like JVL is like, I think probably most left, and like Sarah and Mona are more, I think, still kind of see themselves as small C conservatives. Now we've added a bunch of people who aren't even really Never Trumpers. They're just people that are experts in various areas. So, I think it's different throughout the publication. Me personally, I've just kind of embraced the fact that I'm a liberal in the small L sense, like, and that in a certain world, like, would have put me on the center right, and I think these days kind of puts me on the center left, right? And I think that the way that things have changed, that's kind of
Especially
how.
conceived as you are not authoritarian, and this current MAGA movement is extremely authoritarian, and like small L liberal quite literally places you opposed to that.
Yeah, in direct opposition to them,
Yeah.
And so, I think whether that, kind of means a belief in basic fundamental American values, democracy, pluralism, but all, free speech, like free trade, right? Like free trade was a Republican issue a while ago. More open immigration policy. That was the Bush position, right? So certain things have changed. I've changed on some things. I've moved a little left on a few things, but in a lot of ways, the way that the parties made up have changed. And, I kind of see us hopefully trying to carry that banner for small L liberalism, and when there are forces on the left that are trying to act in illiberal or lefty authoritarian fashion, like we'll critique that. But I mean, obviously, I think we're right now kind of just in a big tent fight
A
against
lot of people
right-wing
did, Daniel.
authoritarianism, and then I think if that gets defeated, which it's looking better than it's looked in a long time that it could be defeated, we can kind of hash everything out after that.
Speaking of left-wing illiberalism, since you mentioned it, there have been a lot of interesting pieces lately about, just opinions as to what degree should the more communistic, socialistic, we like the Venezuelan regime, Cuban regime wing of the left should have in the broader left-wing ecosystem. Some of the pieces center specifically around Hassan Piker, although some of them are more kind of broad in their thinking. Do you think that there's a decision here to be made by whoever as to like what involvement should that wing of the left have in Democratic Party politics? Or do you think it's the sort of thing that's just going to be decided naturally by voters?
I think the part of this is going to be decided naturally by voters. I guess I'd say this. I think that the elites have less influence on all of this than they want to think. And I can tell you that from experience. And I worked on the Republican autopsy, which basically was saying that the Republican Party should be more traditionally liberal in the sense of, appealing to different types of demographic groups and, being more open on immigration and women's rights. So like that was the advice that the elites of the Republican Party were giving to the party in 2012. And the voters put that in the toilet and, wiped their ass with it and said, no, we want Donald Trump. We want authoritarianism. Could that happen on the left? Sure. I think there's a ton of differences between the makeup of the Democratic base and the Republican base. One's much more educated, one's much more demographically diverse. So I don't think the same exact thing would happen. But like in principle, like the power in our system right now comes from the people that make up the party, not the party elites. There are certain things they can do to shape it, but not as much as they think. And so if you accept that, like my advice to party elites is to say, okay, well, rather than thinking about the Democratic base as I should fight with the parts of the base I disagree with, because I think that's a losing battle. Well, why not think about how do you engage with the parts of the base that I disagree with on some things, but find areas where we can find common ground and build trust together, right? And that is like my argument about this Hassan Piker and all the lefty socialist stuff. Like I think Hassan's crazy when he's talking about the USSR and China, like crazy. And if Hassan ran for president, I would be against him. He would not be my choice for president. But his audience has a lot of legitimate grievances about the way that the U.S. has managed foreign policy and the way that the U.S. leadership has succumbed to corporate elites and not been responsive to, concerns about the rising cost of healthcare. And for me, my advice to Democratic elites is to like engage with that, if you're a center left Democratic elite, let's say, engage with that part of the base and say, hey, I hear you. I also don't think we should be in stupid wars. I also think that we should go after the tech billionaires, who are hurting the economy. I also think that we need to change the healthcare system to make it, more affordable, give you an option, a public option, whatever your position is, right? That's how that's what I think would be smart politics. And I think that, rather than, doing the finger wagging, you have a bad position on
see what this
whatever,
does.
on China. It's kind of like, okay, well, that's just going to make them not trust you. That's going to, I think,
politically perma blue balled an electoral chassis forever.
It seems at least potentially that the idea of a focus on anti-corruption and anti-cronyism might not only work to pull over some disaffected MAGA types in upcoming elections, but maybe there would also be some appeal to this further left that sometimes dabbles in supporting some authoritarian regimes. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Sure, or just to be able to name who you think you want to fight.
President didn't say stupid thing, but nothing
right?
more.
And if you're making the case to people that Trump said he was going to drain the swamp, this has been the most corrupt administration ever. And so I want to root out the Trump corruption, but I also want to root out the corruption of all the other people that have undue influence on our politics. Like, look at how much money AI. Like, it is crazy. Like, you just look at the people that are spending big money in primaries right now. It really is. It's pro-Israel, pro-AI, pro-crypto. And I don't know. I think that you could have a pretty compelling message to some disaffected MAGAs and to some disaffected left people that just says, we are not going to hand our government over to the tech billionaires And like, and also if you want to throw in the foreign Arab states that are trying to buy off our politicians, like we're not going to sell our government to the big tech billionaires and to Israel and UAE and Saudi. We're not going to fight it, and we're going to put new rules in place to prevent them from influencing our government. And I care about that. I'm not just going to like say it one time or put out a statement. Like I'm going to talk about this. Like this is a pernicious force in our government, and we need to root it out. Okay, like, the details on that, some people are like more about some stuff than others, but I think just as a big message, yeah, I think that feels like that should appeal to people.
Last thing I want to ask you about, in thinking about the Republican primary for 28, one of the question marks around this is that Trump seems increasingly lacking confidence in his ability to decide, is it Vance or Rubio that I want to push? That's a separate question from whether he will be so diminished in power by the time that decision comes that no one will care what Trump's opinion is on whether it should be Vance or Rubio or somebody else. Do you have any insights for us from inside, in speaking to your former colleagues, maybe as we might refer to them, of the way that the people not in Trump's inner circle are thinking about how that next Republican primary is going to be influenced?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of them are in uncharted waters on this. Trump has changed, like the way that Republican primary politics worked from my first job as an early teen in the 2000s as an intern through 2014 was basically the same. Like there are establishment guys, there are Tea Party guys, like you said, there's radio, there's Fox, and like you tried to influence and you tried to get a plurality, right?
Yep.
And then Trump came through, Kool-Aid man through the wall, and it's like for the past 10 years, the only way to succeed in the Republican Party was to be the Trumpiest person. Like, even people that didn't like Trump privately would pretend like they would in their TV ads, right? And that's how you gained power in the party. So now they're all looking around and saying, okay, well, he's a lame duck. Maybe hopefully he leaves. Maybe he endorses somebody, but is he popular enough for that to carry the same weight? And I think that some people will make the bet that it's like, I'm going to stick with Trump until that bet doesn't work. And that's not a crazy bet. Past, results is the best predictor of future, or, past actions, best predictor of future results. And so I think a lot of people do that. But I think my opinion is that I think that there will be a lane for somebody. This wouldn't be my cup of tea in particular, but that somebody that says, Trump was onto some stuff, but he got too co-opted by the interest groups in DC. And I don't think this is true, by the way, but I'm just saying that to Republican voters, I think this is going to be a compelling message of change. That's just like, there was a lot of stuff he did that was good. He got co-opted by these bad forces. I am a true independent force. I learned lessons. I watched this for the last 12 years, and I saw the ways in which Trump, went along with whoever the boogeyman is, Rubio or Elon or, whoever they decide is the right boogeyman. And I am going to, offer a different type of America First, different type of MAGA. To me, that is the only way to dislodge him. I think that somebody going back and saying, I'm going to do Nikki Haley Republicanism again, it's just not going to work. Like a big part of the reason is a big part of the people that liked Nikki Haley Republican aren't Republicans anymore. Like going back to the Bulwark Coalition, like a lot of those people at this point are so grossed out by the Republicans, that people that used to vote in Republican primaries 10 years ago, they're going to be happy to vote for Pete or Wes Moore, whoever ends up being kind of that lane in the Democratic primary. They're not going to vote in the Republican primary. And so there's no base for that type of politics. So I just think that like what Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker are doing are a little bit extreme versions of this, but maybe like a little softer version of that, I think could work.
Would you ever run for something?
My text messages aren't great, David. And we've been talking a lot. I talk a lot. I mean, I don't know, somebody clipped me out of context the other day, some MAGA guy. I got a question from a viewer that was like, would you kiss Corey Lewandowski if it meant that Kamala was president? And I was like, I would do unspeakable things to Corey Lewandowski if they clipped it in such a way that it made it look kind of like a threat. Anyway, I just, I've got a long track record, so I don't think so. You never say never in life. I'm really happy living here in New Orleans. Maybe I get bored with podcasting and I decide I want to do something down in New Orleans. I could see that in my future, but no, I'm not fucking. What about you? Why don't you run? You're an actual. You
No,
actually have
it's
a
not.
party, so you should do it.
It's not really interesting to me. Too much oversight. Too many people controlling my time. You know, I like my flexibility in doing what I want to do.
Yeah. Think about it. You
All
never know.
right.
Life is
Okay.
short. I guess
No one ever knows.
Are you a citizen? Wait. Where were you born? Were you born?
I can never be president because I was naturalized.
You're naturalized, so you could run.
Yeah.
You could be Zoran. You could run for mayor.
Who knows? Mayor of New York. Maybe that's the way to go. All right, listen. For my audience who's watching, make sure you're following and subscribe to the Bulwark on Substack. They're killing. For the Bulwark's audience, if you don't have a total rejection of me, I would be flattered for you to subscribe to my Substack as well. Tim, always good to talk to you. We'll do it again, and keep up the good work.
Later, David. We'll see you, brother.
Take care. Bye.
Oh, that was interesting.
Un-F America activists show up at turning.
Your Kamala would have been worse. We know Trump is bad already. We've seen
for the minimum wage.
Up here, what would you like to talk about, sir?
So of course your organization is called Un-F America. So I think that there's
Unfuck America.
Yes, I don't cuss. Sorry. So
You don't cuss?
I know.
Is it a sin to cuss?
No, I just personally don't want to do it.
Well, so when Donald Trump cusses,
I was about to say,
are you a Trump supporter?
Okay, I'm going to address that
Are you
right
a Trump
now.
supporter?
So what I'm going to discuss right now is that. So I think that you guys need to also provide like a platform for me to actually like be willing to support.
You're right.
My feelings on Trump are mixed, but what I do say is that the consequences of the current economic policies of Trump's administration are greater than what it would have been under Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, we saw her propose a 25% tax on unrealized gains, an 8% increase on capital gains tax. She was also flirting with increases for the minimum wage, and she wanted to increase the corporate tax rate, which this is a completely treacherous economic policies. All of the studies that you can see, there's an economic consensus from Johansson et al., from Arnold et al., from the OECD, that corporate tax rates among all taxes, among personal income tax, among property tax, they lead to the largest amount of economic negative growth. So and you can even see this in Canada when certain Canadian provinces increase the corporate tax rate, that it leads to high levels of negative economic growth, especially with the unrealized gains tax. The only nations that have done it did it purposely because they wanted to destroy the crypto industry, and every single European nation that's done it, a lot of them have largely gone away from that. Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Just to address the unrealized capital gains tax, that was part of the budget proposed by Biden and Harris all 4 years. She did not run on that. That was not one of her policy positions.
That's right. It was one of her policy positions. Actually, you can look it up right now. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. You're right. Actually, that was part of it. But what do you think about it? Do you think that's good?
Well, I think it would affect people who have over $100 million.
That's right. It would. So it's only the most important investors that you're affecting. You're taxing income that hasn't been gained.
But hold on. I want to say, as far as your Kamala would have been worse, we know Trump is bad already. We've seen unemployment go up. We've seen GDP go down.
Wait, hold on. So yeah, on this unemployment point, unemployment rate was below the natural rate of unemployment during Biden's administration. If you don't know this, economists agree that it should be around 4 to 5%. It was constantly at around 3%. And I think what you're talking about here is that under Trump's administration last year in around November or so, it increased by 0.3% from 4.3 to 4.6. Still within the natural unemployment rate, and it did so. Wait, let me explain. It did so because of the labor and force participation rate increasing.
Let him respond.
Sure, go ahead.
Again, it's headed in the wrong direction now because
it's lowering now.
Policies.
It's actually lowering.
No, it's 4.3% It was 4% when Biden left office.
It was under 4%.
And the BLS
it was under the
has
natural rate.
Over a million layoffs.
Question.
Over
Let me just ask this question. Do you think that the unemployment rate, as all economists agree, should be at the natural unemployment rate? As all economists agree, should
economists
be at the natural unemployment rate?
The Federal Reserve aims to keep it below 5%. This is true, but the point is it's headed in the wrong direction under
It's
Trump.
not.
Because
It's lowered from 4.6 to 4.3.
But in addition to unemployment, we see GDP 2.1% last year compared to 2.8% under Biden
that's real.
in 2024.
That's real GDP.
We saw 181,000 jobs created last year under Trump.
Wait, bounce back jobs from labor force participation rate. Wait, hold on. The labor force participation rate.
It's really funny. He's like, I don't like interruptions, and all you do is interrupt.
I don't think I said that. But wait, let me just say this real quick. The labor force participation rate still didn't reach the percentage that it was at pre-COVID. So Biden got bounce back jobs from the COVID after the COVID
bounce
pandemic.
back jobs 4 years after the pandemic? Really?
Yes, it still didn't reach the point where it was
So
at
why
in
did
Trump's
Trump-
administration.
Why did Trump only have 181,000 jobs last year, all in one industry, healthcare, compared to 1.5 million under Biden
It was
in 2024?
It was
Wait,
Biden.
hold on. So you're
It
talking
was
about like, people
Biden.
getting jobs. What do you
Joe
think that like the
Biden.
unrealized gains tax, capital gains tax, minimum wage,
So that is
corporate
a
tax
damning
increase?
non-answer.
will-
That's not
I'll
an
answer. I'll answer.
Address
But
what
what do you
he's
think that's
saying.
going to do to businesses
Can I just
and
answer
employment?
that?
First of all,
Why we had anemic job growth last year compared to 1.5
Do we have a minimum wage increase? Do we have capital gains tax? Do we have unrealized gains tax? Do we have increase to corporate tax rate?
incapable of addressing what he said.
You guys have not addressed the corporate tax rate at all.
I can address it. I can address it. I can address it.
Go ahead.
I don't think corporate taxes are the most effective way at generating revenue. I tend to look at property or income taxes as the best way. But you can't show me how that absolutely destroys the producer surplus. I'm assuming you know about economics, correct?
Yeah, of course. You can see the OECD
So you know what a
study.
tariff is going to do to a fucking economy? It's going to result in a
Kamala-
million Americans losing a job and the inflation rate hiking up to some of the highest fucking rates month to month over a percentage increases
Highest rates.
that
It's
we've
been
ever seen.
consistently at
The price of
2.4%
oil
during this administration.
increased more since the program started in 1967, all because of Donald Trump's war in Iran, and the layoffs are all a result of Liberation Day tariffs.
Let me talk about tariffs real quick, because we do not have Liberation Day tariffs. The Supreme Court checked the tariffs, and we have substantially left. Kamala Harris likes
Then
tariffs.
why do we have to give refunds?
By the way,
Why do we have to give refunds?
By the way, I want to say
Generated
I don't
no
like- I
revenue,
don't
but
like
we have to
tariffs.
give them
I
hundreds
don't
of
like
billions of
tariffs.
dollars in refunds.
You're pointing out something I disagree with Trump with, because I don't like tariffs. I just think that the consequences, when you take a look at all of the policies that Donald Trump is having versus all the policies that Kamala Harris was promoting, did run on. And by the way, American Rescue Plan, that was a disaster. Loan forgiveness attempt, that would have been horrible.
point is-
Inflation Reduction Act, even the congressional analysis said that they would.
Let's talk about that. If I could just 30 seconds here. First of all, we are now spending $2 billion a day on a war that is illegal and ill-advised. That's number one. You go out there right now and you go to the gas station, that was Donald Trump's choice to go to war in Iran. When Joe Biden took over, it wasn't his choice to take over during a global pandemic. It wasn't his choice for Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. You know the two people, hold on a second. You know the two people that have benefited the most from this war? It's not America. You know who it is? It's Benjamin Netanyahu and it's Vladimir Putin, the puppet. Now, hold on. You want to talk about the economy and you want to get into the weeds with me? Let's talk about that. Donald Trump gave the biggest tax breaks to the top 1% last year, $100 billion. And while he's given the biggest tax breaks to the top 1%, which what I assume is not you and most people here, guess what he's done?
Who's
He's
just
taken
idiot
away
in the background?
benefits from people that are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck. And then we're told from MAGA Republicans that it's patriotic to spend $6 a gallon for gas while our brave men and women are coming home in caskets. And you want to preach to us about economics?
Yeah,
You voted
it
for
was-
a
it
wait a
was-
second.
okay,
You voted for a liable sexual abuser. You voted
Okay.
for a guy.
Okay,
wait a
now
second.
I'm going to interrupt because it's not about economics
No,
anymore.
but
And there's definitely things
it's
I
about where
criticize
your
Trump for.
decency
You
is.
said
That's
it
where
wasn't
it is.
Biden's choice to take the economy
Bro,
after the
who's
COVID
that
pandemic,
asshole
but
in
it
the
was his
background who
choice to
keeps
pass the
yelling?
American Rescue Plan, which introduced $2 trillion into the economy that was already growing, and which led to the rampant inflation we saw. We had 9% inflation under Biden. We didn't have that high inflation until we had an oil crisis in the 1980s.
The whole world had inflation. Was
Yeah,
Biden responsible
and Biden
for the
made
whole
it
world
worse.
having inflation?
He made it worse
No, he
because he
didn't.
passed the
No, he
American
didn't.
Rescue Plan.
What
which
was
said the
inflation when Biden left office compared to the world?
And when Biden left office, it was at
Compared to the world.
2.9%.
Where were we compared to the world at that
It
point?
was better than the rest of the world.
Yeah,
actually.
thank you.
That's right. But Biden could have done a lot better. Biden could have done a lot better.
proved
He
your
could have
point.
not
You don't know what
passed-
you're talking
could have not
about.
passed the American
Your
Rescue Plan.
criticism is Biden could have done a lot better when we saw one of the
No, it's
quickest
because-
recoveries
it was because it was-
in comparison
well,
to all
hold on.
other developed countries.
By the way, the American Rescue Plan, Oliver Blanchard, and by the way, he actually wrote my economics textbook, the former IMF chief economist, Democrat, condemned it and said it was a horrible plan because of your introducing loads and loads of money into the economy. At a time of growth.
It'll be a contribution to inflation, but you recognize that money is also going to be then given back to firms, and it's to ensure that they can hire more individuals at a quicker rate.
Okay, wait.
Wait, I have a question. Sure. What would you have preferred? Would you have preferred no stimulus whatsoever and Joe Biden leave Americans across this country to fucking starve because you don't want inflation to go up and you want people to stay unemployed?
Donald Trump already gave people stimulus checks.
What was unemployment at? What was unemployment at? Was unemployment at the natural rate of employment?
Did anybody in this crowd get a $5,000 dose check? I didn't.
Agreement between Democrat economics and conservative economics.
Yeah,
agreed
still waiting.
that Trump's stimulus checks were beneficial.
Did you get a $5,000 dose check, sir?
When Joe Biden passed it, he increased spending. We didn't have a demand side problem. We had a supply side problem. The economy was growing, and he's giving people excess money to spend with.
Listen, listen. I can sympathize with that position because injecting money and expanding the money supply rapidly can contribute to inflation. But this idea that it was ineffective, it does. But this idea that it was ineffective and it's not something that we should have done, millions of Americans got back into the labor force because of that stimulus.
And the economists, the Democrat economists. I just said it.
Olivia
Blanchard, Lawrence Summers, Democrat. No, hold on. Democrat economists said that it was a bad deal. Do you think increasing inflation?
You're not making an argument.
Okay, sure. I did make the argument that when you inject $2 trillion into an economy that's growing on a demand side, when you have a supply side problem, you put pressure on the suppliers, and that rapidly increases inflation, and that's why we had the 9% inflation rate in the United States, which is drastic, which is horrible. We hadn't seen that in 50 years.
There was a supply side issue, but then you want to put the onus on Biden when it comes to the inflation rate. That is crazy.
Yeah, of course, there was that issue, and Biden made it
blame
Biden
Democrats.
made it worse.
Blame Democrats.
Biden made it worse.
Can I ask you a question? Millions of Americans got back
and by the
into
way, I
labor
can
force.
tell that you guys don't want to defend the unrealized gains tax. Like, what do you guys think about that?
I want to address all those things. You mentioned minimum wage, unrealized gains tax, and the corporate tax rate.
And
What's
capital
the issue?
gains.
What's the issue with the minimum wage increase?
Minimum wage increasing poses more cost to the operations for businesses. That means they have to reduce their hours. Unemployment could be affected, and prices are absolutely affected by it.
Okay.
And by the way, that's in addition to everything else that you're doing to businesses. When you're attacking unrealized gains, when you're attacking capital gains increases, when you're attacking corporate tax rates, that de-incentivizes investment.
That was never going to get passed.
So you care about...
Never going to get passed, really.
So, sir,
other nations have been able to pass it. Why wouldn't it have been passed?
Because what type of question is that?
And by the way,
how many times have America?
You're predicating.
How many times have the Democratic Party
your argument is that it's okay because Kamala Harris wouldn't have passed it anyways. So it's okay that she's economically illiterate.
Wait, that is a completely different position. You just strawman the fuck out of me. I didn't say that it's okay that she's economically illiterate. I can have policy disagreements because I am voting for Kamala Harris because I care about the rule of law, individual civil liberties, and this country's fucking future not being in jeopardy.
Okay, but you agree that the economy would have been better under Kamala than it is right now, right?
Yes.
Why?
Hold on. I just want to add. You just said she's economically illiterate. Okay, well, let's use that term illiterate. The person who you support said that Jeb Bush.
For the record,
hold on.
He's
Okay, excuse me.
Illiterate.
Jeb Bush got us in the war in Iraq. He said you need ID to buy bread. He said he defeated Barack Obama. Kamala Harris is someone who was a two-time attorney general. You might not like her. Hold on a second. A two-time attorney general, an elected senator, and a vice president. Now, maybe you didn't vote for her for other reasons that you don't want to admit.
Donald Trump's the president.
But excuse me. When you call somebody like her illiterate, when the orange buffoon who you support is the guy who got us into an ill-advised war, and you defend him, and you defend the felonies, you defend... let me ask you a question.
Actually, that's not related. That's not what we're talking about right now.
I was going to say that I
don't... I know. You don't want to defend that, do you, pal? I know that.
Yeah,
I know that.
Okay,
you don't want to defend that, do you, pal?
No, I understand that you guys just want to index me to be just this huge MAGA supporter, but
you support him.
No, I don't.
You didn't vote for him?
I voted for him. I appreciate the
that means you voted
He
for
was
him.
running on the tariffs. He was running on the tariffs. If you were a libertarian and you don't want...
Kamala Harris kept Trump's tariffs from his first administration.
They stole 100.
Also a protectionist.
Trump's tariffs.
By the way, I will say, like we have... You mentioned... Wait, I got to mention this on the tariffs.
Interrupting you.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Biden administration kept tariffs on every single country in the world?
Not necessarily. They may have
that's
reduced
not what
the
they
people.
did.
They
So that's some fucking terrible point. That's
hold
completely unrelated.
Well, hold on.
If you have such an issue with market intervention because you think it's going to hurt the consumer and producer surplus, then you must fucking despise Donald Trump and you should have abstained from fucking voting.
How much?
But there's a reason why. Hold on. There is a reason why, and I think everybody needs to know the reason why you're so held up on economic policy that has not been implemented from a person that lost the election is because Donald Trump's administration is fucking indefensible.
Do you agree
and the
that
GOP is fucking embarrassing?
Joe Biden
That's
and
why.
Kamala Harris both of them wanted to increase the corporate tax rate. Do you agree with that?
Come on,
how much debt did Donald Trump get us in his first go around?
You guys don't want to answer that, do you? Do you agree that she wanted to increase the corporate tax rate?
Hold on a second.
Okay, that's horrible.
Trump got us
all the study. I just told you all the studies. Johansson et al. Arnold et al. Those were 2008,
Do you care about
2011,
fiscal?
studies in 2019.
Do you
studies
care
in
about
2023.
fiscal responsibility?
OECD.
No.
You can
Hold
check
on.
the empirical
Can I ask
data
you a question?
on Canada that when
can you
they
end your
introduced the
filibuster?
corporate tax
Wait,
rate.
hold on. I want to address that. I want to address that so you can shut the fuck up about it. So listen, what was the corporate tax increase in those studies?
The corporate tax increase in those studies. What they showed is that it was correlated to.
What was the hike that they were evaluating?
I don't know the exact numbers that they were evaluating. What
you
I
don't
do
even
know,
read the fucking
what I do know is that
Come on,
all
what
of
are
the
you
studies.
doing?
What I do know is that all the studies, and I can show you right now if you want, agree that out of personal income tax, property tax, this leads to the most damages to the economy. These are the most devastating. And we
I just
saw
have one question.
Wait, hold on. When you say the most devastating, you're framing it in such a way that if they were to increase the corporate tax rate to where it was before at 28%, we'd see economic devastation. That's not the case. There is losses when it comes to fiscal policy and taxation, but they're typically made up when we get to reinvest into human capital.
Correlated with long-term negative
That
growth.
benefits firms, right? Investing into human capital?
Investment benefits firms.
Exactly. Oh my, investing in the labor
And that's
supply
why you want to
benefits
enact the
firms
unrealized
and
gains
the
tax.
government.
That's why you want to
now you
enact
see how you're
capital
moving to
gains
something.
tax.
We're
That's
talking
why
about
you wanna
corporate
increase
taxes,
the
buddy.
minimum
Slow
wage.
down. We're talking about corporate taxes. So when you increase the revenue, it may hurt the economy. It may hurt the producer surplus. There may be changes in the way they reinvest. That's possible. But you reinvest in the American people. That's the Democrat position.
That's not how
That's
it works.
the Democrat
it's
position.
really bad. For you even admitted earlier
It's
that
not
it's
really bad.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you're not letting me finish now because you want to cut me off. Because so
Bro,
it's
you brought up
admitted,
studies you haven't even fucking
admitted-
read. Your
I
argument is nothing.
You admitted earlier that it's not the best for revenue growth.
Not
you
the
said
best.
That
You're saying
earlier.
it's devastating for the economy.
Okay, to be more precise, it's correlated and leads to
you see how you're
negative
changing
growth.
up the change
no,
up
this
the
is,
language.
This is what,
Change
this
up
is what
the
I mean.
language.
Do you
by,
agree?
What I mean by devastating, and I would have clarified it if
And
you
hold
didn't
on,
cut me
let me
off.
answer,
What I
let me
mean by
answer.
devastating is that it is correlated with long-term negative economic growth. Everyone agrees to that. Obama was running on a corporate tax rate cut. When he was running in 2012, he ran on a corporate tax rate cut.
Okay, listen. I can agree that some of our policy probably wasn't best practice, and again, I think that revenue can be generated through other
But you
means.
think it's
that
better
won't-
than Trump's?
Because wait, okay, if you think corporate taxes are bad for long-term growth, what the fuck are unprecedented tariffs on every
Very
single
bad.
fucking trading partner?
Very bad, but what we've
Yeah,
seen,
they're
what we've
fucking
seen,
worse.
wait, hold on,
They're
what we've
worse.
seen is
we
is
saw contraction
when
in
Donald
the
Trump
first
took
quarter
office,
of this year
when Donald
because
Trump
people
took
were
office, he
stockpiling.
inherited 2.9% inflation rate, and almost every month, barring 2 months, kept it below that.
All right.
At 2.4%.
No, give me a fucking break. Stop. So listen, the reason why I voted for Kamala Harris isn't because she's an economist. It's because the rule of law, American institutions, and this country's future
Okay, so you
is at risk,
because it's
which
not,
is exactly why
you
you're not
voted for
fucking
Kamala
talking
Harris
about that.
not because of the economy, but
Yeah.
because of other issues.
She would have had good fiscal
Well,
policy.
last thing
It
I
wouldn't
just
have
want
been
to say
devastating
is
for the
this.
economy.
Last thing I just want to say is this. Donald Trump got us $8.2 trillion in debt in his first go-around. That's
COVID
the guy.
pandemic?
Hold on.
Not all of it was COVID-related
That's
relief.
the guy.
That's not true.
That's
No,
the
and
guy.
by the way, I agree that the highest amounts of government spending is bad, and that's
Okay.
one of the things
All
I
right, hold
disagree
on.
with
Oh
Trump
my
on.
God,
I don't
how
wanna
much
hear
did they
that.
raise the debt ceiling by? Are
if
you
you look at
serious?
unemployment, if you look at inflation,
What was Donald
if you
Trump's
look at
fiscal
real
year
GDP
2027
growth,
budget
it's
request
all
for the
fine.
fucking military? $1.5 trillion at the expense of programs to help the average fucking person.
The last
And
thing I
Kamala
will
wanted to
say,
increase it when she
because
was
I
running,
think
she wanted to increase it by 4.1
the
trillion.
last thing I will say, because we want to get some more people up here, is this. Sir, with all due respect, Kamala Harris is not economically illiterate. You are.
Paradise would like to chat.
Love the outfit, King.
Look at the drip.
Thank you so much for being here, guys.
Thank
I
you.
do not
Just some
understand how this
metaphysical
thing works.
Foods for thought. When
I have no
does the
fucking
life
clue how to
begin
drive this thing.
in a human being? When does the human being first open their eyes and last close their eyes? When does the human soul and the divine spark,
Modern day Socrates right here. Holy shit.
when does the human soul and the divine spark enter the body? When the baby takes its first breath.
A baby doesn't open its eyes when it takes its first breath. That's not true.
Okay, it doesn't open its eyes before it takes its first breath. And when it takes its last breath, is when the human soul leaves the body.
I love you so much. I can't argue with you. One of them
the
can do
human
it.
soul and the divine
You're the goat.
spark,
Are those Trump sneakers?
beginning and end of life. Thank you.
All right, love you too.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Thank you. He kind of looks like Trump's Red Cross worker post, of himself.
Donald Trump wants him in the Oval Office right there.
Yeah.
With that fucking sauce.
Love it.
I'm not sure if that was a question, but thank you.
Hi, folks. How are you?
How's it going, man?
Hello.
I'm doing all right. I just have a question. Since I think there was somebody asking.
Can you just a little more? You're a tall guy.
Yeah, just have a question. Since there was somebody asking about abortion or just talking to you about abortion some time ago, I just wanted closer. Is this good? Okay. So I think from that conversation, well, I got something. But anyway, it seems like after birth, so a newborn baby, there's no question that they're sort of worthy of ethical consideration. Egg and sperm cells are not worthy of any ethical consideration. That's before conception. In the path between conception and birth, is there ever a point in which, in your opinion, developing fetuses become worthy of ethical consideration? If so, when? Or maybe there isn't, so I just wanted to know your thoughts.
I think we actually, Democrats may disagree on this, exactly when, what exact week, day, and hour someone is considered a person or should be fully granted the rights of personhood. And some of us may actually disagree a little bit on that, but what we do generally agree on is human life should not be given the same personhood right at conception. My stance on it is human life begins at consciousness, when the brain is able to actually form a conscious experience, which is the same reason why if someone's, brain dead, we don't really cry so much when we pull the plug on someone like that, because we've agreed their human experience has kind of ended. Unless we think there's a chance they're going to wake up, people pull the plug on someone who's in a coma or brain dead and not going to wake up. So about at the 20-week period is when we think that consciousness has the potential to begin in a baby. So my stance is actually I'm against abortion past around the 20, 21, 22-week period, which is when human consciousness can theoretically begin. Now, science, if science comes tomorrow and says it actually begins at 33 weeks, then my position would change to 33 weeks. But that seems to be where the thalamus connects and human consciousness can actually have an experience. So that's my take, and I don't know if they fully agree on that, but
yeah, I agree for the most part. I value that capacity to, throughout your life after birth, to continue to develop that subjective experience. And prior to that point, I find it totally reasonable for the radical leftist, communist, feminists to have recreational abortions and use all the welfare and go to college and get a career. So yeah, that's my position on it. I'm fine. Consciousness is what I personally value, or the capacity to, sorry.
Well, I don't know. I think we have to be careful how we talk about this, because people will say, oh, it's not a human or whatever, but people have a miscarriage and they very broken up about it, so I respect that. And for me, I just want to bring down the number of abortions. I don't think you hear that a lot on the left, that we don't want to see any abortions, but we respect that women have the right to do that because of science and what's available now. But the studies show that the number one reason why people have abortions is financial reasons. They already have a kid. They can't disrupt their career. So let's address those things and try to bring the number of abortions down. That's my position.
Yeah, it's the Bill Clinton kind of, theory was safe, legal, and rare. That's what we want, safe, legal, and rare, not unsafe, illegal, and never. That's not a tenable position.
Can I ask a follow-up? Is that okay?
Of course.
Go for it.
Yeah. How do you think American society should come to sort of answer that question? If you think that question is important, the one I asked before, how do you think American society should come to agree on this question? A lot of you were mentioning the scientific sort of understanding of how fetuses develop, and that's, of course, very reasonable to me. Should it be something that is sort of always under review? How does a society that's divided come to agree on what a consensus point is? I don't know.
Well, first of all, I think the reason why Republicans hyperfixate on abortion is because it offers you an opportunity to, I guess, inject a lot of emotion into an issue. Republicans don't really care about young life, whether that be victims of a school shooting or children that rely on SNAP benefits. But whenever there's an abortion in question, whenever there's a fetus, you can say that's a child, and a radical leftist is getting an abortion and murdering children. So it's to, I guess, play to the emotion of the average Republican or average parent,
these things
or
are
average
pretty
woman.
tough.
That's to the right of us, for example. And the way to break through that, I guess, is, it's a multi-pronged thing that you have to address. Political polarization is one. We have to have an understanding that the GOP pushes these ideas because they want to continue and widen the gap between the average person, at least the perceived gap. Because realistically, there's not a huge difference between the average person.
Yeah,
and second of all, is having conversations like this, where obviously you have the better argument, you're more charismatic, you make better points, and just capturing individuals over time to the point where you can get power, get what you want, and then the rest will solve itself out.
Yeah, if you believe that, you know, killing a baby, you know, even right after it's conceived, I guess, you know, a day after that happens, if you believe that is true murder, then it's kind of tough to come to an understanding when the other side accuses you of literally being genociders. They call it the biggest genocide in the history of the world, is all the millions and billions of babies that have been killed by Democrats over all the years. And if you genuinely believe that, then it kind of paints you on this fake moral high ground where it's tough to, you know, reach an understanding if that's genuinely what you believe. Now, if you approach it with a more civil discourse and you say, hey, maybe there's a trade-off, you know, maybe even in certain situations, life of the mother, rape, incest, you know, maybe there's some trade-offs we can agree on. My trade-off is, like I said, about 20, 21, 22 weeks, but to just have this, hey, you're literally genociding babies constantly throughout all of time, I don't know how to, you know,
wait a minute,
come together on that. Like,
yeah, but banning stuff doesn't work. That's my opinion. So I think we should address why people are doing certain things, whether it's substance abuse or having an abortion, whatever, and let's work on that.
Okay. Is it okay if I ask one?
So you want people to buy fentanyl legally? You piece of shit. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Sorry, is it okay if I ask one last question? Yeah. Of course. So it seems to me like people who oppose you ideologically will, I think you mentioned this, paint you as extremists, as sort of okay with anything in between that conception to birth for having an abortion. It seems. So do you think an effective strategy to counter that is for people who propose abortion freedoms to be the first who are establishing the guidelines for how they propose that? So we propose abortion freedom, and then you clearly set up in which guardrails there are, and vice versa for those who propose abortion restrictions to be the first one who say we support abortion restrictions within these guidelines. Do you think that would be an effective communication for those who are supporting either side?
Yeah, when it comes to Congress, whenever one party has a desire, they tend to only work within themselves. And that's how we end up at the gridlock that we're currently experiencing. There has to be a joint effort between both parties to be rational and level-headed and not accuse the other individual of being genocidal for believing that a woman should have a right to an abortion. So first you have to get past that. But I don't believe that anything, well, obviously that's not necessarily possible in our current political landscape. But in a dream world, everything should be a joint effort, and we should produce the best product for the American people, whether that be laws or fiscal policy or foreign policy, etc.
Yeah. I'll just say briefly too, like that guy who came up first, he just wanted it all or nothing. He didn't want to bring it down by any amount. It's just, if it's not perfectly the way I want it, then let's not do it, and you're full of shit and you're an asshole. And that's no way to get anything done, right? So that's why we don't take him seriously, and he got yelled at because he's not actually trying to solve the problem. He just wants to grandstand morally.
And like Brian said, I'm not going to say it as passionately as Brian, but if you're going to have that position, you got to be consistent. You should be consistent on all your beliefs. So if you're going to be consistent that life is so unbelievably important at conception that it must be protected at all costs, then be consistent after it's born. You know, universal pre-K. We don't want kids dying in school shootings. Let's at least have some more guardrails, like you mentioned, around things like that. I think George Carlin, comedian, said it best. If you're pre-born, Republicans say you're fine, but if you're preschool, you're fucked. And that's just not consistent.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Of course, man. Have an incredible day. Round of applause. Round of applause. Guys, we have the largest crowd in Berkeley's history, believe it or not. The sources are telling me.
All right, we got Alejandro here who would like to speak with you.
Alejandro?
Yes.
Amazing, amazing. How dare you?
Trump will pardon him then.
How dare you?
Don't believe him. This guy's a liar. Yeah, clip farm guy.
Is he a professional agitator? Is that what you're saying?
So you guys, thank you so much for coming out here.
Of course.
I just wanted to approach you guys and show some appreciation. Earlier, when you mentioned about party polarization, And this is a big issue. What that I see is that in our current administration, that party polarization is getting wider and wider and wider. And as we move forward, I just want to get you guys' opinion on how to not make this an us versus them, and how to we'll come to the table and agree on some terms without bashing on each other, without insulting the other side.
Yeah. Well, I believe that the Republican Party has done a really good job at this point of the Trump administration. We've had a new minority group that we can blame for all of our inconveniences, but they make sure that your issue is your neighbor. It's your immigrant neighbor. It's your Democrat neighbor. We have to ensure that the messaging we have doesn't pin the American people against one another. It actually points to the real issue, which is the legislature. The people on Capitol Hill that don't work to serve your interests, which is the president in the White House, who does not give a shit about the average person and what they need. Democrats need to sell a message, sell a proposition that not every American is some piece of shit just because they disagree with you. We all have issues, but the problem is not your neighbor. It's the people on Capitol Hill. It's the people in the White House. It's the billionaires, that are making your life worse. And I'm personally tired of it. I don't know about you, but I don't want to hate my neighbor. I want a politics of compassion. I want a politics where every single individual is not some crazy maniac because they disagree with you, and you have to tackle that rhetoric head on by the GOP.
And separating the people actually in power or in charge that are making bad decisions and just someone who may be a regular citizen. The use of the word they all the time is one of the worst things I think that's happened to our political polarization. Every time you talk to someone who's hardcore entrenched on either side, super far left or a hardcore MAGA supporter, it's always, they killed Charlie Kirk, right? They assassinated. And you say, no. One individual, one asshole did that. The left did not do that. So when everyone says they say they celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. And I was just having a conversation with my wonderful friend Miguel there. I said, if you can point to one single Democratic politician in the entirety of government who actually did celebrate it, I'll give you $100, because nobody did. When you say they, you're only usually talking about a few, loudest people on social media, the few loudest college campus protesters, whatever, or the few loudest voices on the right. So this use of lumping everyone in with the loudest idiots, on Twitter or whatever, is just so unhelpful, and everybody's individual. Even if you're on my side, you probably don't believe 30% of the beliefs I
You're
have.
threatening people. I'm joking.
So I would never say you're they. It's we lump you all together. No. We're all different.
I applaud you wanting to bring the temperature down. I think we all do. The thing is, we all get along for the most part. We have MAGA neighbors and MAGA coworkers, and we know what to talk about, what to not talk about. But it's these people in power that are taking advantage of this right now. In my opinion, there's some structural problems. Things like gerrymandering end up setting extreme people to Congress who have no interest in working together, and then Congress fails to solve problems. We have these outdated laws that govern our border, govern social media, and modern day problems that aren't being addressed by this. So if we can fix some of this structural stuff, like regulating social media and getting better people into Congress, I think it starts to trickle down to the rest of us, and we're not as divided, because we the people are not as divided as it may seem.
Great, thank you. And just another comment, earlier someone came up here and questioned you guys why come out to Berkeley. I actually really appreciate you guys coming out to Berkeley, and I'm sure a lot of students do, because now since these TPUSA chapters are spreading, there is people like Miguel that will table on Sproul Hall and think it's appropriate to rep ICE, Trump hats, and induce fear on students who are coming out here to earn an education and make a positive difference in this world. And we both have had classes and where these classes teach us how to make a positive difference, but no, he likes to spend his time to induce fear into other students. So I hope you guys can spread a message differently.
Of course, yeah, for sure.
We'll go to any campus, anywhere.
Because he takes my approach as me trying to threaten him and me trying to fight him. But no, I simply approached him to make this campus a more peaceful campus and to spread his message in a different way. But no, he took it as a threat.
This will be interesting because I know Miguel's stance is that
Goodbye,
campus violence is the biggest threat in the world. So we'll see what he comes with.
Just read a DM that guy sent real quick. Is that okay?
Sure. Can you introduce yourself first?
My name is Miguel Muñiz. I'm the chairman of the California College Republicans. It's okay, guys. We're here for freedom of speech. Let's see. This is going to take me like 30 seconds.
That's not even right.
Too long. Get him out of here.
Okay.
Look, he's recording because we're going to be like, oh, we don't condemn political violence. We don't care. That's what he's going to do. I can
That's not even right.
He's going to fucking fail.
No, I'm sure you guys would condemn it. I don't think you're that evil.
Would you condemn it, though?
We're going to take a quick break here, Miguel. And
Come catch these hands, pussy. That's what I thought. USMC.
No, wait, what did you say? What do you mean that's what I thought? What did you respond?
Full context.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy that spoke before. That's
No. What was it that you told him after he said, come catch these hands?
I didn't respond. I didn't message him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's wrong.
He said that to strangers. Yeah, no.
That's wrong.
And then he came up to me after class, stalked me for like a good month, and I have a bunch of videos of that as well. So let me adjust this to be higher. I think my number
hold on.
one
She wants to say something really
we're
fast.
We're taking a little break. We'll come back to you. He's ahead of you though. Okay. So we'll come
did
back.
he jump? Did you jump?
That wasn't a good clip, huh? That wasn't a good clip. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
When? How much time do you have? No. Just let him go, Amy. Yeah. No, you can.
Look at that. That's messed up, isn't it?
Awesome.
He'll be quick. Actually, I don't know if
I'll
he
be
will
quick. Okay, so I want to talk about. You guys asked me earlier, what if Donald Trump did X, Y, Z? To me, there is one issue in politics that triumphs over every other. Nothing's even close. Abortion. Abortion is the biggest Holocaust in the history of the world. And
What's with you guys
we
and
just,
abortion?
I know leftists love to avoid the topic of abortion.
Oh,
because
give me a
it's
break. You avoid questions all the time. Please, give me a
entirely
fucking break.
morally indefensible.
You're obsessed with women's bodies, man. What's
No, I'm
going on?
obsessed
Are
with
you
the child
touching
in
any?
the
Here
womb.
we go.
Do you genuinely think that I don't think abortion's murder?
No, we think you think it's murder.
Then why is he saying that I'm obsessed with women's body?
Why do you not give a shit about babies once they're born?
Okay, so this is a misdirect.
But tell us, what do you advocate for?
Wait,
Sir,
hold on.
you asked me a question. I'm answering your question.
Hey, slow down.
He asked
dude.
the question. I'm answering it. So you said, why don't I care
listen.
about babies after they're born? I'll respond. I actually do care a great deal. I work for Students for Life. There's a ton of resources available.
He was about to cuss. I'm joking. Sorry.
There's a ton of resources available for mothers, and I believe that those are good things and that we should continue donating to them. What I don't think is that if I'm against massive
That's not a
welfare-
response, by the way.
I am
Trump,
responding.
the guy you support, Trump, cut SNAP benefits.
So
for
it's not a
mothers with
response
needy
because you didn't let me respond.
But you just say, I care about
está
the same, but
enojado.
you vote for a guy who's cutting SNAP benefits, which
Okay,
takes away food from needy
let me
children.
finish explaining. So saying that murder should not be illegal for certain segments of the population is not the same thing as saying enormous welfare benefit programs are not effective.
I have a
So on this subject, you would agree if
God.
abortion's murder, abortion is definitely worse than
Bro, I hate this argument so much because the answer, if they're not effective, is not, oh, just cut them and not do anything about it. You think they're not effective? Great. So introduce something more effective and then get rid of the old programs. So fucking dumb. So fucking dumb.
welfare. You would agree, right?
Everybody would agree with that, but that's pointless.
Okay, perfect.
Wait,
So let's talk about whether or not abortion's murder.
We will.
Yeah.
We will. You mentioned a certain segment of the population. Do we count human fetuses in the census?
Just because we don't did the Germans count Jews in the census?
No, it's
after
just
World
like an
War II? It doesn't
intuitive
matter.
thing. You recognize that these individuals
you're
are not
pregnant-
held in the same regard.
No. Pause.
I'm just saying.
So
it.
Wait a minute. So you see fetuses the way Germans saw Jews? Is that your point, dog? I don't think you made the point you thought you were making.
So that's just fact. That's just
If
factual.
your wife is
Sure.
pregnant, if your wife has if you have 2 children and your wife is pregnant, do you say you have 3 children or you have 2 and 1 on the way?
I would say 3. I have 3 children.
Wow,
First I've heard.
But regardless,
This guy really likes to use the George Carlin arguments. That's fun.
that actually has nothing to do. The language
like
that you
that.
use there has nothing to do with whether or not life, moral value begins at conception or not.
Well, it kinda does, though.
Why don't you think? Because all your guys' points have been semantic. None of them have actually been.
That's not true.
It's not entirely true, dude.
When does moral value begin?
I just explained it to someone before. I'll explain my position again, and some of us may disagree slightly on exactly where the cutoff is, but I think human worth only exists at human consciousness. And we know this because when someone's brain dead, we pull the plug sometimes. We say their life no longer has the value, right? So at about 20 to 21, 22 weeks is when We think human consciousness has the capacity to develop it. We don't even know for certain that it does develop, but we think in about 20, 21, 22 weeks, human consciousness actually can develop in the womb. Before that, I don't think they should be granted the same rights as personhood, and I don't think it's murder. So my cutoff is at that 20, 21, 22 weeks point. None of us think at one day before you're giving, birth, you should be able to get an abortion.
Trump does. Okay, so
Trump supports that. Did you know that?
I would love
Trump
to.
supports
Trump's paid
abortion
for,
all the way up
how many
until
abortions
the
has he
due
paid
date.
for?
Even
That's a great
after.
question.
I would love to respond.
That's a great
The
point.
guy you voted for,
I would love to
the
respond
guy
to
you
that.
supports abortion all the way up until the due date. Even after the baby's born, he said you could smother it.
I'm going to respond to the first point that was made.
Why will you not address the guy you support in his position on abortion?
Again, I don't know if anybody was here when I mentioned it. The reason why you guys continue to just beat abortion into the ground is because you have no argument when it comes to anything else. I'm just want to say that.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
I have a very strong argument
No,
when
you
it comes to
don't.
abortion, so that's
No.
what we're focused on.
No.
So you're asking me a question. I'll answer yours first. I'll answer yours after, because you keep throwing questions out and then getting mad that I don't answer
God,
them.
you guys are
and
such
asking another
victims,
question
dude.
before I
Jesus
answer.
Christ.
So let me speak. Let's go. So you said the point of consciousness is where you think that
I have a
abortion
name.
should be illegal. Sorry, remind me your name.
Jake.
Jake.
You is
think,
fine.
You think the point
As long
of
as you don't
consciousness-
say they, because you lump us all together, then.
You think abortion is wrong at the point of consciousness?
I would make the distinction there from a legal standpoint.
Okay,
There's
so-
a moral and legal
So
question.
I want to push back on that and say, what about a comatose patient who will wake up?
If you know for certain that they will wake up, that's different because they've
That's a
already
dog shit
had
point.
a prior past conscious experience.
Why does that matter?
Wait. Let me just come in really quick. That's not relevant.
It
When
is
you say
relevant.
you value consciousness, it's the capacity to deploy it. Those tools, like the thalamocortical connections that are present in
So-
that
so
20.
I
Stop.
understand this argument.
Now I wasn't talking.
I'll raise my hand.
Vice President, I'm speaking. Vice President, I'm speaking. Mr. Vice President,
I'll raise
I'm
my
speaking.
hand next time for
So, yeah. So once you have the capacity to deploy consciousness, similar to the comatose patient, that's exactly why there's a very big distinction between that individual and someone that's fucking brain dead, who we can pull the plug off of. So that's a bad question. It's not related.
So capacity is a fake term that's made up to.
That's not true. It refers to tools and ability to do so.
It's to replace the term potentiality. A fetus
No.
has the potential of consciousness.
No, it's not. No, it literally doesn't. The capacity is the current and present ability. Potential means a possible future ability. This is literally pure spin and rhetoric. What you said is not true.
If you harm someone that is conscious, then you are harming a conscious person. If you harm someone before they have the capacity for conscious,
Wait.
then we don't see
What
that
if
as
they're not
harming.
conscious? What if they're not conscious?
But hold up,
making
if you cut off someone's arm who's unconscious, but then they eventually wake up, you have effectively harmed a conscious person because they will wake up. So you can't do that.
Perfect.
No.
So will a fetus.
But you're
A
not
fetus will
harmed.
wake up.
But they will have the harm when they are conscious. You don't have consciousness in a fetus that hasn't developed
A
consciousness
comatose patient also does not.
Hold on. Let me address what he's saying. Again, capacity is not a made-up term. It refers to the parts of the brain, like the thalamus and the cortex connecting, which without those processes present, you will never develop it to its full extent and have that personal subjective experience. It's not some made-up term to try and replace potentiality. Those things are very different.
So I'm gonna ask you a
shut the
question
fuck up. If I didn't have my brain, am I going to be able to wake up in the morning?
Okay.
No. Address what I just said. If I didn't have my brain, am I going to wake up in the morning?
No.
But I have a fully developed brain, so when I go to sleep, the capacity to
Let
be
me ask you a
conscious
follow-up. Can I ask you a
does not
follow-up?
cease to exist.
Okay, so I'm going to
You
ask you a
interrupt me
follow-up.
before I'm done. How do you expect me to believe that you're retaining any of the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Because the words you're saying are incredibly simple, sir. These are like entry-level abortion.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. You're doing a terrible job of refuting any of my fucking points. So
I'm
let's
not.
see you do better.
You haven't even let me respond to anything that you've said so far. Okay, so here's my response. If I have a brain in a bottle, there is nothing going on in there. There's no electrical impulses. There's no chemical energy.
Wait, you say in a bottle?
Yes, in a jar, whatever.
Can you explain the relevance?
So I will explain the relevance. If I have that brain in a jar, the capacity for consciousness is there. There's no body. There's nothing attached to it at all.
A brain in a jar doesn't have capacity for consciousness.
Why?
Because you need the rest of the body.
Yeah, but it's the
They don't have the physical connection.
So you know, an individual who's
because they don't have the potential.
And also, like, somebody who's like, let's say a brain was cut off from the rest of a body and just stuck in a jar. Then you're talking about an issue of like euthanasia, because that could be a consciousness that is totally trapped, right? I feel like that's totally different.
It doesn't subtract.
But it just doesn't.
You don't have the literal connection.
When you go to sleep, you don't have the potential for consciousness?
No, not when you go to sleep. When you go to sleep, you do.
I'm
So when you
dying on this one.
What did you just say?
When
you go to sleep, you have the potential.
Don't cut that one out.
sores.
Jesus Christ, this is a crazy blunder. Can
When-
you repeat
when you go
that? When you go to sleep, do you still have the capacity for consciousness?
Yes.
Then what else could we possibly be referring to when we say we value consciousness? It's
Where's this
the
supposed to be?
internal parts
Okay,
of
so
your
why do you value human consciousness
He
over
just
animal
interrupted.
consciousness?
That's not true.
I guess Coney
I'm asking
Because we
you
value
guys.
humans over animals.
Okay, so you believe in humans over animals. Why?
Wait, no. You see how you just completely fucking moved away?
No,
And
no.
You're
I'm
making an
attacking.
argument for me being fucking vegan. We're moving away to a completely different species of animal.
No, it's to point out a logical inconsistency.
It's
with the
not a
argument.
logical
So,
inconsistency. When
Are you vegan?
When those experiences are completely different.
Actually, I'm a vegetarian.
You are not vegan though.
Not vegan.
Oh
This
my God.
is the worst score I think I've ever gotten.
Guys, he eats the fetuses of chickens. Holy
What's
shit.
your question about? What's your question?
Okay, so if you
Where
value
is
consciousness,
this?
to me it seems incredibly apparent that a newborn baby is
Dude.
significantly less conscious than an adult pig, for example. So why wouldn't you value the adult
That's
pig?
a separate
life over
question.
the
We
baby?
value humans more, and so if
Humans.
you compare
I'm
a human
guessing
to a
the
pig,
middle
we
of
have human
Europe,
over pig,
'cause I don't
and then if you
fucking
compare
clue.
a human who's 30
There we
years
go.
old and
Great.
healthy versus a
Ew.
nearly brain dead 96-year-old, we
Ew.
also value the 30-year-old over the nearly brain dead 96-year-old, right? So we still have hierarchies.
No, you don't think that one life has more value than the other. That,
No,
that
no,
would
that's
be
not-
true.
It's not about
That's
more
not true.
value.
No, okay, so I want to ask you a question then.
Oh my
so,
God, this abortion! Come on, man. You said you're going to answer my question, please. I'm sorry, guys.
Hold
so
on.
why do you?
No, because we're getting here somewhere.
No.
Okay, so with the
Getting
animal,
nowhere. You
said-
moved on to a completely different species of fucking being.
So you
dude.
think it's a
You said-
conjunct?
Stop.
You think it's a conjunct between humanness and consciousness? It has to be. The two have to be present at the same time for the right to life to emerge.
Do you think an omelet is the same as a living chicken? I mean, can't you still draw a distinction there, even with animals?
See, you guys love to laugh at me for not answering your questions, but that was not an answer to my question. Do you think
I'm
you said
making a
human-
distinction between
Why is
where
human
consciousness is.
more valuable than animal consciousness? It's not
For
because
self-interest as humans.
self-interest, so completely arbitrary.
No, that's not true.
No, I'm asking him.
Why do I value a human life more than an animal life?
Yeah, if it's just consciousness, an adult pig is more conscious than a human baby.
Because I believe in the human experience more than I do the pig experience,
Human
even though I
experience
don't
versus
eat
pig
them, by the way.
Okay, so
Nice.
consciousness is not. It's a human experience. It's not just
No,
consciousness.
it's also consciousness, which is why I don't value a
Why do you
4-week-old
value-
fetus
why do you
because they
value
don't have consciousness.
Why do you value consciousness?
Because that's when we think the capability for
Yeah, but why
human
not
thought
the pig
begins.
consciousness? What's the difference there?
What's the difference between what?
Human and
I
pig
have no
consciousness. Why would you
clue.
value the? Why wouldn't you value the pig over
Wait.
the newborn baby?
Makes more sense.
If consciousness
Because,
is
like
the
I
metric,
said, I
a pig is
value
more
humans more than pigs.
You value humans over pigs, so you do value human life uniquely.
Do
You have a
yes,
unique value in human life.
and we are differing on where we
So
say
when does
life begins. This is the problem. You think it begins at conception.
No.
We don't believe that.
Oh, you don't
if
believe
I
life
believe,
begins at conception.
If I believed that, then I would be upset.
I'm sorry. I thought that the conservatives were the ones who were deniers of science. When does if
No, I
life
believe,
doesn't
I
begin at
believe
conception-
well, it's clear that when, God, you're so bad faith. When he's referring to life or living, it's obviously just interchangeable with the idea of capacity to deploy consciousness or personhood. But
No,
you're
it's
so,
totally not.
No,
It's
it
not
is. It
consistent
is.
with
When you say
You're
human,
applying different rule sets to different
that's
situations.
not true. They're two completely distinct fucking species, and you can definitely.
Whoa, you said the F word.
So why do you value humans over
That
pigs?
title, wait, what the fuck? That was like a terrible point. Dude. Like,
No, you got mad at me
that
earlier
wasn't
for
even a
saying
point, by
it.
the
You
way.
crashed out at me earlier for saying it.
No, it's because you guys like
Alright,
don't
so
say
no.
cuss words when
There's-
you're about
there's-
to
rather kill a 25-year-old healthy
He just
person or
fucking
a
ran away.
9-year-old?
He just ran away in front of all these
25-year-old
people.
healthy person or
Or a
9-year-old?
9-year-old
I'll
person.
answer the question, but first I have to provide you with something.
I don't think you've answered one of ours
What
yet.
I would pick, I have answered every question you guys have posed except for his. What I would pick has
can answer my question for the love
What
of
I would
God,
pick.
man.
No,
You know what? Fuck
No,
this.
listen, in the
Fuck
debate
it.
with Kamala Harris, Donald Trump said,
I am going to answer the question he just asked.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm going to
In
answer
the
the
debate with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, Donald Trump said, leave it up to the states. He said in California, incorrectly, that you can have an abortion all the way up into the due date, even afterwards. You voted
I'm
for
going
that
to answer your
fuckhead,
question
and
right
you
now
still
and
support
then
him.
answer his. So there is no constitutional mechanism to ban abortion. There are no federal murder laws on the books outside of very specific circumstances. Obviously. Did you know that?
How can you vote for a guy who
Is
supports
murder illegal
abortion
federally?
all the way up until the due date? Kamala didn't
Is
support
murder
that.
illegal federally?
Do you
Is murder illegal? I'm asking you a question. Is murder illegal federally? He doesn't know. He doesn't even know what murder laws are.
Bro, this is so stupid.
That's a terrible question.
Is murder illegal federally?
This is so retarded.
Of course not. So Donald Trump can favor a federal ban because it's not within the purview of the federal government.
I said his position is
you leave it up to the states.
He said leave it up to the states
because it would be unconstitutional to do otherwise.
And he did that acknowledging that California incorrectly you can have an abortion up until the due date, an elective abortion up until the due date.
Yes, because it would be unconstitutional to do otherwise. So now
Donald Trump had no policy on abortion.
Oh yeah, really quick. No, I'm not going to stop talking. You don't know the law.
The only reason that we're talking about abortion right now, guys, is because he drove by us earlier and we all fucking shit on you when we're not talking about some philosophical thing where you could dodge all these fucking points. That's the reason you're talking about
Donald Trump. My point is Kamala Harris is better on abortion than Donald Trump because Trump supports abortion all the way up until the due date.
Trump appointed the justices who overruled Roe.
Okay, I have a question. Wait, I have a question. I have a question. No, stop. No. You're not running away.
Using words part of the Constitution.
Hold on. No, stop.
Congress have the right to pass a murder ban.
Stop. Wait. Don't even answer the stupid fucking question.
He doesn't know.
What was
defending your buddy because he doesn't know?
I love this guy.
What constitutional mechanism is there?
Stop it away. He made an incredible point. Name a single
way is overturned.
Name a single.
Using which part? Article what? Is that Article 2?
I'm not going to run away. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let this happen.
Because he doesn't know. Stop defending.
Stop talking. Name a single policy Donald Trump had on abortion.
Okay.
It's a fucking dodge because you don't want to talk about all Trump's other actions.
Donald Trump appointed the justices.
That's not a policy. That's not a policy.
So now, because abortion policy.
Are you going to catch that one? You better
understand the law. So federal policy.
You're running away from it.
Which constitutional mechanism is there to pass an abortion law?
You don't give a shit about the Constitution.
You don't. I know you don't. That's why you're here defending murder.
That's not what I said. I know you understand the human language, English.
How?
But
because this guy's a bad faith asshole. Like most of the abortion
Donald Trump had
arguers.
no abortion policy, correct?
Because you can't pass abortion policy federally.
Wait, he's exercised influence within the GOP to get rid of the Langford bill. He's exercised influence within the GOP to get rid of Republicans and claim that they're rhinos. If Donald Trump wants to, he can tell all the Republican states to do his bidding, which they have done on things he gives a fuck about, like redistricting. But guess what? He never talks about abortion because he doesn't give a shit. And the reason why you guys, like TPUSA, talk about it at nauseum is because you have no other arguments to defend anything the Trump administration has done. Then let's see you do it.
No, I'm going to say right now, Donald Trump is not as pro-life as he should be. I 100% believe that.
Wait. He doesn't have an issue with wait. He doesn't have an issue with what you consider to be the genocide of fucking thousands of children. How can you support that guy?
It's not technically not genocide to be Holocaust.
Well, murder. Oh, Holocaust. Yeah. So you're going to vote for a guy who's like totally fucking fine with the Holocaust?
He's less okay with it than Kamala. That's
he doesn't have an issue with it. He doesn't talk about it at all.
He thought
when was the last time Donald Trump talked about abortion?
He thought. When's the last time Kamala Harris talked about abortion?
That's not an answer, everybody.
When's the last time Kamala Harris talked about abortion?
Answer. You can't answer
any
of my
questions. Answer the same question. No, you want to ask that question. Answer it in inverse.
Respond to questions with an answer.
You ask. So here's what you do. You come here. You ask questions that have no pertaining to do with the policy or the morality of abortion.
I love the emotion. Keep it up.
You say Donald Trump hasn't done anything to ban abortion. Donald Trump hasn't done this. He appointed the justices that overruled Roe versus Wade, a campaign platform which Kamala pushed every single time that she could. Kamala Harris would always talk about the overruling of Wade. Democrats in every form of office would talk about how Republicans wanted to repeal abortion rights to pressure down on women. And I'm the one who's butthurt.
Did I not go on a moral tit for tat with you about abortion?
You did the best job. These two humiliated themselves.
Because I already did it. We already litigated with the person before you too, by the way.
I'm so sorry to come out here. Can I just? I've never heard a pro-life person give a sufficient answer for this, and maybe you can change my mind.
Let's see.
Okay, so
he's about to get shit on 4 times, by the way. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but he's about to get shit on for the 4th time today. Holy fuck.
No, let's hear what he has to say. I'm genuinely interested, truly. And thank you for coming up here.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, we have a zygote, and your view, are zygotes given the moral status of personhood?
Yeah, so zygotes do have the moral status. Can I assume, are you going to say like there's a zygote here and a bunch of babies here?
No. I'm not doing that. Everyone's heard that. That's a boring one. It's very boring. So it has the status of personhood, right?
Yeah.
So you would say that all human organisms then have like the status of personhood, right?
So I want to say they either have personhood or the potential for personhood.
Okay, sure.
So but
wait. No, you got to pick one because it either has personhood or it doesn't. And
I believe that they have personhood, but also potential for personhood. I think is just as good an argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, would you say that like they are persons?
Yes.
Okay. So all human organisms under the pro-life view are persons.
Yes.
Okay. So an organism, right? Like strictly by biology, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. If you have a pair of dicephalic parapagous twins, those are Siamese twins, one human organism with two heads, how many persons and why?
So and this is where the distinction is important, is the potential. So the argument that I would go down for this is the potential for consciousness. I could ask, if I killed you right now instantly, like no pain, no suffering, nothing, why is that wrong?
I need you to tell me, like, is it one or two persons and why?
I'm explaining the logic to the answer, but it will end with an answer.
Questions.
It will end with an answer.
Like, answer the question and then explain why.
It depends.
What do you mean it depends? You either have... Okay. Do you know, like, Abby Bernie Hensel? This is one human body with two heads. They're considered two people. Legally, if I were to see them, they have two different conscious experiences.
Oh, then yes, there would be two
Abby,
different...
Hey, Brittany. But it's one human biological organism.
So again, I'd have to answer. I'd say, so if they're both conscious separately, then I'd say there's two persons there.
Okay, so then it is consciousness.
But no, and I'll explain why right now. So the reason, this is the potential for consciousness argument. So imagine.
But it's one organism.
Yeah, yes, but I'm gonna answer that right now. So imagine the reason that the organism is important is because that's when you imbue something with the potential for human consciousness. So for example, if I killed you right now instantly, that'd obviously be wrong, right? But why exactly would that be wrong? And that's a question to you. Why would it be wrong for me to kill you instantly?
I mean, I can answer that, but the problem is you're not... Okay, you stipulate that you have one organism, okay? Every human organism is a person. But now we're adding, we have two heads, and now suddenly we have two persons. And
if they have distinct conscious experiences, then they'd be two
right?
persons. No, if they have distinct conscious experiences, then they'd be distinct persons.
Okay, so it is consciousness that makes personhood.
But
you just said distinct consciousness.
No, because a fetal baby has the potential property of consciousness. So, for example, I would say somebody who's in a coma, they still have, if they're going to wake up, they have the potential for consciousness. Whereas if they're brain dead and they're never going to wake up again, they don't have the potential for consciousness.
Do you know Baby Jax?
Yeah.
Okay, so then by this view, Baby Jax was never a person because Baby Jax never had the potential to have consciousness.
No, but Baby Jax is a human organism with the teleology.
Oh, so it is a human organism.
No. It's a human with the telos of a human.
What do you mean? When you say teleos, nature
something.
doesn't have a teleos. Nature just does. Okay.
Well,
you're normatively
that's a 5-hour
describing this.
debate that we could have about whether or not nature has a telos. But aside from that, I
want
to push because I think the point is still clear, which is why is it wrong for me to kill you right now? Why would that be wrong?
It's counter to human flourishing.
Well, what if you're really depressed and suicidal?
There's ways to treat a person who is suicidal. These people can be treated.
Let's say you have let's say that's not going to happen. And you're just gonna be depressed till you die.
To dodge talking about Trump. Holy shit! I'm sorry, but Jesus Christ.
No, this is important. It would still be wrong to kill you.
Beetle baby,
right?
he said he did say that.
Yeah, and it's because the thing that we value is not just the fact that you're here thinking consciously. It's the potential experience that you hold. That potential for consciousness is something in itself that holds moral value.
Technically, before the couple even has sex, the potential exists. Then, if you're only worried about potential energy.
No. So
Get him out of here.
Energies. This is a difference between
she's right there. She's
potential for life and potential life. These are two distinct properties of something holds.
Right there.
If
he's about to get deported.
If a woman drinks during pregnancy, is it bad?
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. God bless.
By the way.
I'm going to pray for you guys. I really hope that you get some guidance.
Amen. Listen.
Please don't.
Wish you luck on your endeavors.
God bless y'all.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, man.
Thank you for coming up, Miguel.
Maybe one day he'll turn. I'm joking. I'm joking. Sorry.
We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you over here one of these days, Miguel. We're gonna change your mind.
All right, we got Spencer here, who I think actually has some questions.
Sorry for making you wait, Spencer.
Jeez.
I think we have some real questions this time and not about abortion.
That was something.
Are we ready? Anyone who would like to step up to the mic, come on up and see me. All right, here's Spencer.
Yeah. All right. How's it going?
What's up, buddy?
What are your principles that justify or unjustify U.S. intervention in foreign conflicts? Like your principle. You can think about it, but like, yeah, your principles.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's a tough call. I think we have to pick our allies in the world and try to stand up for them, like Ukraine, for example, on the front line of democracy. And we have to see countries that are trying to advance the things that we stand for, democracy in the case of Ukraine, and come to their defense. But it's tough.
Just in the case of Ukraine, though.
What's that?
Israel's our ally too, though.
Yes.
I just find it.
Well, I think we came to their defense in 2023, and another role that we have to play beyond just helping them is stopping them from doing some bad things too. And I think Biden did that to some degree. I know a lot of people feel he didn't go far enough. I believe that Trump has enabled Israel to hurt themselves in the long run. And so a big part of our job as a leader of the free world is to stop our allies from doing the worst things they could do too.
Yeah, like do you think it's hypocritical to be pro-U.S. intervention in Ukraine and not in Israel? Because like those two issues kind of demonstrate hypocrisy to me.
Well, do you want me to answer the first question?
Yeah.
Well, for me, the general guiding principle, I don't really have like a just broad assumption when it comes to like contemplating U.S. intervention. It's mainly going to be the reason why, the necessity of intervention. What is it that you gain? What is it that you lose? What is it that's at risk? It has to be like a broad, well, not broad because that kind of implies vague, but like a holistic evaluation of a particular issue. Like you mentioned Israel. We did not engage, their disposition is not the same as, I guess, the one in Ukraine, where they were being actively attacked by another country that is, orders of magnitude larger in terms of economic output, in terms of the army. So obviously the extent of that assistance is going to be different when you're being attacked by a regional terrorist organization. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what was your second question?
Well, I would just say it's not an assumption that's like a principle. That's an underlying principle on U.S. intervention in foreign affairs. So like what I'm kind of pointing to is most liberals, it's sovereignty. Like we'll get involved if someone invades another country's sovereignty. But I can explain why that's a problem for you if you want.
Well, I think sovereignty is important, but that doesn't mean that you should rule out all other cases because there could be grave human risk, etc. But you have to be incredibly careful when it comes to justifying intervention, especially depending on the administration, because I don't think the current government is well equipped to handle not only the possibility of human casualties, the assessment of infrastructure and its necessity for that to be attacked. They just apply this really broad, they paint over the issue with a broad brush, and that's why you have people like Donald Trump wanting power plant and fucking Bridge J, which is like violation of international law, so. Yeah.
But then there's no way to test whether or not you're biased on a particular issue of U.S. intervention in foreign conflicts.
Well, we tend to stand up for democracies around the world. We've had a history of doing that. That's why we were in, supposedly Korea, Vietnam, all these places, so that I can kind of give you their rationale and their impetus.
You probably wouldn't support American hegemony, though. That's like the same idea. That's like we have the best liberal ideas. We want to spread them. We want other countries to be free of
democracy.
Tyrannical.
That's why we oppose Trump.
Yeah,
because
you
we
want to
believe in
spread
democracy.
But you would want to spread democracy around the world, right?
Yeah, but
if democracy is good.
The vehicle by which you do those things tends to vary on the severity of the
Not by
issue.
murdering millions of people. Yeah, it depends how you do it.
Exactly.
Also,
not like the Christians did in the Crusades. No.
Democracy is not going to be accepted if you roll in on a tank. You know what I mean? Like you can't force democracy on people. They have to want it.
That's a good point.
But I think what Trump has done is wild. Like, this guy, he screwed up royally. I think with Iran, we failed diplomatically. And we sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to negotiate. I don't think we were sending our best. So I think diplomacy could have gone a lot further. And so you have problems like what we're experiencing now that makes our intervention look terrible.
Yeah, it's quite hypocritical to claim to stand up for the democratic allies around the world and then try to overthrow a democratic election at home.
Well, yeah, you're kind of like overthrowing like tyrants in the Islamic regime. So
wait, are you just really quick to understand?
Because we're standing up for democracy.
Are you for the war in Iran?
Yeah, basically. I would support the war in Iran.
Oh, well, you would support it.
I support
as
the
in,
American hegemony.
Wait. Do you support it as in what's the way it's currently being handled, or any, like, let's say all else held equal, a reasonable president is considering intervention?
I think even with the way that it's being handled, ultimately it's the best goal.
But for the intention of bringing about what, regime change?
Yeah, regime change because Iran's the global
So it's not
state
about their
sponsor of
nuclear
terror.
arsenal. Isolate the issue. Which is the issue? Why are we in Iran?
Iran is the issue. They're the
But
global
why
state
are
sponsor
we
of
in there?
terror.
Because they've always been an issue. I agree. Iran is the head of terrorism pretty much around the world. But why are we there right now?
Because Trump is willing to do something about it.
Wait. Didn't Obama do something about it by doing it without war?
Kind of, but you could make a case that just prolonged. Like, the war's not over. Like,
So
what did
because
that do?
Trump
What
failed
did
to
that
do it diplomatically because he's so incompetent of achieving any diplomatic peace deal, he has to
Well, we don't
invade
know.
and do it militarily.
It's still early in terms of a war. It's still very early. We don't know.
You think the fighting is going to resume? It seems like Trump is desperate for an off-ramp. He has kept the ceasefire even as Iran has violated it the entire time with the Strait of Hormuz continuously closed. I don't think we're going to go back to fighting. I really don't.
I actually, if the only goal is to genuinely disarm their nuclear capabilities, which because they had enriched up to 60% uranium, if that was the true only goal and that was the only way possible to do it, then I could see a case where I would actually be in support of that. The problem is, he ripped up the JCPOA in 2018. He's putting out a fire that he started. He's like an arsonist who sets fire to buildings and then tries putting them out and then tries to take the credit for it. So why not do it diplomatically like Obama tried to do and actually achieve a deal instead of...
What did that result in?
It resulted in Trump ripping up the deal. What do you mean?
Conflict.
Yeah, we could never see, I guess, the positive or negative effects it had because it was ripped up like less than 5 years.
And it had we can even see the positive effects it had at the time. Their enrichment was capped to like 3.7%. 97% of their uranium was accounted for. We had tabs. They agreed to yearly, monthly inspections all throughout Iran. And now we don't have any of that. That all dissipated after 2018, so we had no idea what they were up to. They had then enriched uranium all the way up to 60%, which is way past civilian purposes. And then Trump has to go, guess we got to launch a potential World War III instead of trying to do anything diplomatically.
But yeah, like, I don't think it's an assumption that that's the only goal. Like, the other goal is to depose the Iranian regime.
But do you think what we've done so far and what we plan on doing in the future is going to depose this regime? Because right now it's just been a personnel change, not a regime change.
Well, what do we plan on doing in the future? I don't think
the only thing Trump is proposing is bombing their civilian infrastructure, which I think is just going to piss off the people.
Yeah, but that's kind of like the idea you just can't negotiate with terrorists. If they're never going to concede.
Well, Obama did, I guess.
You can't negotiate with the terrorists when the United States government is being a terrorist in your country.
Obama found a way.
That's Marxist propaganda, I would argue.
But why do you think the JCPOA was a failure? It was working, as Jake described. With 97% of the enriched uranium was out of the country. They were within the level they could.
The uranium alone, but allowed them to build up their other weapons.
But they weren't. But okay, you're talking about the ballistic missile. Because it gave them some money.
Well, yeah, that was the agreement, if I'm not mistaken. It was they can. It's just the nuclear restrictions, but they can build up their other weapons programs.
But we're not going to stop them from building ballistic missiles with what we're doing right now either.
But Trump has wish-washed his reasoning for going to the war many times. I agree, it would be great. Nobody's going to mourn, hopefully, for Ayatollah Khomeini, dying. But he said many times, no, we're going because of their nuclear capability. We're going because of their nuclear capability.
Yeah.
So why not try and reach a deal where we limit their nuclear capability? He's not capable of doing that. Right?
All right. Yeah, that's it. I'll let it go.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for this liberal, please.
Thank you.
Round of applause for this liberal right here.
I'm sorry I cannot control the sun for y'all.
The sun is a professional agitator.
It is. But we have a few people lined up for you guys. So
let's go.
All right, Issa's going to come up to the mic.
Round of applause, America. Round of applause for Issa.
Get nice.
Round of applause for her, everybody.
Okay, I'm going to wipe the MAGA off of this. But just wanted to offer as a woman and seeing three, I think, predominantly white men in a position of power and on a pedestal. I heard when you were talking about
Who's
abortion.
the dude on the right?
How
I don't know.
You're against abortion past 20 weeks. I think it's important as men
Here we go.
to be very informed when it comes to those data points. There are also a lot of things that can happen past the 20-week period, like anencephaly, like placental abruption, and like hemorrhage that can be fatal to
agree
the
with
pregnant
medical
person. And I think
issues.
just making sure that you're very clear on those
100%.
points.
Obviously, we agree when it comes to medical issues.
Life of the
Are you
mother,
for
even
real,
most
bro?
Republicans agree with that.
Come
and I tend to. I think that's
dude.
actually an issue on my part. It's just so difficult to get anywhere that you have to establish that foundational belief to even start the conversation. But from a legal sense, if you're passing legislation to actually institute change, you have to ensure that you don't put pressure on the nurses, on the doctors who are asked these important questions. They should be given a broad discretion when it comes to determining whether or not they should get an abortion, right? Because if there's intervention, it's really strict, and the letter, the black letter of the law is vague when it comes to when it could be allowed past that threshold. We see really bad things, and we've seen that across the country with many women who suffer with the strict abortion restrictions in their state. So yeah, if there's ever at risk any unforeseeable circumstances, there has to always be an out for the woman and the ability for the doctor to save her life. I agree, 1,000,000%. That's my bad. My bad.
Do you consider yourself a white man?
I don't know. I was a little.
I don't really care. It's like a whatever thing.
Cool. No, that's pretty much what I was saying. Thank you for speaking gently about it. I appreciate the gentle. I know it's hard when there's like a MAGA counter who's trying to get very nitpicky shit out of you.
This isn't going to make a good clip with this. You weren't angry enough.
Oh, sorry.
So,
I'm not angry at you at all.
No, you got to get angrier so we got some good
Wait,
content.
No. You already have a lot of content. But yeah, thank you. I just wanted to offer that. And I have sunblock for you guys because you guys look like you're burning.
The UV index is too low. Pat, 6:30. We're okay.
I put sunscreen on.
Thank you as well. Thank you so much for the offer, though. That's amazing. Nicest thing anybody's ever done. Thank you so much. Yes, goodbye. A round of applause for us, everybody. Round of applause for us.
All right.
That's the second time we've been questioned as white men up here.
Amazing.
Estrogen entered the chat.
Breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Too many chud incels.
All
Taking up the
right.
mic.
You guys ready for your next?
Let's go.
Always
Let's
ready.
do it.
Always
All
ready,
right.
yes.
Let's bring V on over.
Who? How do you pronounce it?
V.
V? Okay. I'm worried.
All right. Okay, so I did lose my voice.
It's okay.
So, Okay, but I got some clips for you bitches, libtards. So you know what I think? You know what I fucking think? You want to know what I want to say?
Yes.
Really?
100%.
Okay, so I think that we should take all the money that we put into abortions. I think we should take all that money. I think we should take all the money that we put into reproductive care, and we should put it and give it to Israel. So
That is such a good policy, but
so
that's
they
so
can
good.
kill more babies
I
over
want-
there.
I want that so bad,
Right?
you know.
And we should take
I
more
want that so
money.
bad, yes.
Yes, from the kids and all that stuff from the born kids too. Why not? And give it and fight the war in Greenland and kill babies
yes.
there.
Oh my God, this is
Because
so
as
good.
long as the babies here are born and they're white, not immigrants.
Amen.
No. We kill them at the border. Okay. Or before, as much as we can. Hello, Venezuela.
Listen,
yes.
I don't have a lot of respect
She kinda
for women.
sounds like a
You guys
MAGA.
know my track record, but that's so good. That's amazing, Paul. I'm offering it, $1.5 trillion for the military, and we're going to get rid of the kid stuff, The kids should be with me, That's amazing. Everybody, round of applause for this radical left. Yes, amazing. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
That's the average MAGA viewpoint. by
Up
the way.
next, we've got Dan coming up to the mic. All right, Berkeley. Who's next? Come on up.
What's up, dude? What's up?
What's up?
I wanted to ask a question about the Iran war. I heard your conversation with the gentleman like 2 times ago, and I thought it was really interesting. So I guess my question is about the JCPOA. Do you guys think that there was adequate supervision of Iran nuclear sites during the JCPOA? Do you think that they actually stopped enriching? Or do you think that a military strike was actually necessary?
Well, I listened to the IAEA that said they were still in compliance. There were some violations, but it wasn't enough to pull them out of compliance. And in fact, they stayed in compliance a year after we left, didn't start enriching beyond 3.67 until 2019. And that's so I listened to the IAEA.
So do you think that under the current administration, because obviously Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, do you think that in the direction that the regime was going, it was necessary to have some sort of military intervention? Or do you think that it was not necessary?
I think it's actually complicated on that. Like I said earlier, because he's so incompetent at making any deal and doing it in a civil way, it's possible that once someone has set a fire to a building, that maybe he does need to put it out. Now, I don't agree with how he's putting it out or what they're doing. We don't even seem to have a game plan. It appears that we bombed a school, so clearly our intelligence is not anywhere where it needed to be. So you can make a case that if it's for genuinely deposing a nuclear arsenal that is an imminent threat to us, then yes. However, we haven't really seen evidence that there was an imminent threat from Iran, even though they hadn't started enriching up to 60%.
Yeah, and even then, that doesn't justify just like unilateral engagement without any congressional or Security Council approval. The administration has been incapable of providing a justification. In the Article 51 letter to the UN Security Council, they're saying it's for the collective self-defense of Israel. Donald Trump saying to the members of Congress on March 4th in a meeting with the leaders that Iran would have had a nuclear bomb in 2 fucking weeks. The DNI and Tulsi Gabbard in front of Congress said they didn't pose it. They don't have a justification. I think based on what's been leaked from internal sources that knew about those meetings that they had with Netanyahu, they knew about the opinions of the cabinet members. Donald Trump wanted a huge victory, a success story prior to the midterms to try and keep people on. But even let's say everything they're saying is true, they still failed to exhaust every single non-violent alternative and just went in. They bombed an all-girls school. They're bombing civilian infrastructure. They're bombing commercial infrastructure.
Yeah, he's changed his mind, what, 4 times on it? He said first it was regime change for Khamenei, then it was because they killed over 30,000 civilians, which was terrible, but then it was because of their nuclear arsenal. I'm not exactly sure what our rationale is, and nobody does because they didn't tell anyone. They just did it, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. But would you say, I mean, I guess it's a general consensus that Iran is not a friend to the United States, to put it lightly, right? Like the IRGC, not Iran, but the IRGC does advocate for militant confrontation with the United States, has sponsored terrorist organizations that have taken American lives. So I guess my question is, do you think we are better off in a world where that regime is weakened in the way that it's sort of been weakened through this?
Well, I would argue they've been strengthened. We still have the same regime in control, but now they've had a change in leadership. Guy's 30 years younger than his father took over. Also crazier, right? And they shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They never had that tool. I would argue they don't need a nuclear weapon anymore. They have an economic nuclear weapon. They can cut off 20% of the world's energy supply. So this is a regime that is more dangerous than they were before we started attacking them. I mean, they didn't even shut down the Strait of Hormuz after Operation Midnight Hammer last year when we bombed their nuclear facilities. I would say that's when they were at their weakest, and their economy was falling apart. If we just kept pushing economically, I think they would have collapsed. But now they're much stronger.
If you're saying philosophically, it would be so nice if we could wave a magic wand and change the regime, right, and institute policies that are more beneficial for everyone in the region, and especially Iranians. But this pesky little thing called reality gets in the way, and you just can't do that. As regime changes, by and large, don't work, and because they're very hard, and lots of people die in the process. So if we could wave a magic wand, yes, but we can't do that.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly, the thing that frustrates me is we failed diplomatically. I mean, we sent Jerry Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who have just done terribly. We didn't even send our Secretary of State. We didn't send any career officials from the State Department. So I think diplomatically we could have resolved this situation, even with Donald Trump pulling us out of the JCPOA.
Okay, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I do have just one follow-up. Regarding the Strait of Hormuz, wouldn't you say that the regime has kind of always, and that's part of the problem, right? That's part of the reason why the Gulf states, it's like the regime's bully tactic, right? They build ballistic missile capabilities that are capable of destabilizing Gulf states in the region, as they tried to do now to Saudi Arabia, to the United Arab Emirates, to Oman, to Bahrain, to all these kind of U.S. partners in the region. And they have the Strait of Hormuz that they kind of have always had in their back pocket, that they say, if you get in the way of us bullying a region, we're going to block the Strait of Hormuz and we're going to give you, economic problems. And so my view is sort of like, I feel like the United States now is saying, or at least the Trump administration was kind of saying, I can tank your economic, you kind of want to play economic bully. We can take that economic, hit that you've been threatening for so many years, and we can take out your regime while doing it. I'm not necessarily saying that that's the right choice, but I'm saying it's not necessarily true that they only had the Strait of Hormuz as an option as a regime now that we've engaged with them militarily. They could have done it at the drop of a hat, and they had been implicitly threatening to do it for a very long time.
But they didn't.
Right.
That's the point. That, they always had it as a threat, but they never pulled the trigger. Now they've done it, and we can never go back.
We served as the impetus for that action as well.
Right, but I feel like we would want to kind of be under the sort of whim of the Islamic regime where we're walking on eggshells and we're like, oh, do we really want to mess with them so that they don't close the strait?
But this is our Hiroshima. This is their Hiroshima moment. That was a nuclear bomb that they set off by closing down that Strait of Hormuz, and so now the world is forever changed. But I understand your point is that they always had it, but they didn't use it. Now they've used it, and the world's a more dangerous place.
Yeah, you can reopen the strait. Obviously it's not so simple, right? You have to take control of the Carg Island or whatever. It's a mess that we weren't in when they didn't close the strait. But the fact that they
always went in when Donald Trump didn't go to war.
The what?
Donald Trump is the reason all of this is happening.
But do you think maybe it's feasible to think that the IRGC may have taken issue with something else that the United States would have done?
No, I think it's clear that the Iranian government, through coercive diplomacy, is willing to come to the table because all of the economic pressure imposed by, I guess, the liberal world has moved them in the past. And under Biden, I believe they also held diplomatic relations. They got relatively close in the grand scheme of things. And Donald Trump is uniquely bad when it comes to conducting foreign policy with an adversary, unless it's like a really cool leader with aura like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin. He fucking loves saying his best friends with them. So I think you're viewing through the lens of any president being in Trump's shoes. No, Donald Trump is uniquely dog shit.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Of course, man. You're awesome. Thanks so much. Have a nice day. He sounds so good. He sounds so good.
All right, we have King coming up to the mic.
Holy shit. Berkeley got the fucking characters, dude. Holy shit. Amazing.
Whoa.
How's it going?
What's up, man? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So
you look like the mayor of the Lakers.
I don't know if it's nice to meet you. Just got a little nervous.
So I want to be America's next authoritarian president. That's what I came up to say.
Go on the Republican ticket.
Not so nice to meet you.
No, I don't wish to be a Republican. I think that our system of government is too broken to be fixed. I think the only way you fix it is by having an authoritarian strongman who has the will of the American people to solve the problem. I'm running on two major things.
You're running.
I'd like to. The first is I'd like to punish the entire predator class. All of them. Every single one. Doesn't matter if they're Democrat, doesn't matter Republican, they all fucking suck and they all have to go. Number two, I wish to end the culture war with a culture treaty. One where every American is allowed to talk about the things that they care about. So things like abortion. So you would take abortion and you break it down into should it be protected on the federal or state level. Then you would go, should it be protected on the federal level up to the first trimester, second trimester, third. I had already taken my idea to a MAGA individual in my life, and we went down the entire gun control segment of my plans, and what I discovered was that we actually had quite a bit in common. We had plenty in common.
You have a lot in common with an authoritarian, probably. Yeah.
No, we had quite a bit in common by just stripping our parties away from ourselves.
No, we are fundamentally democratic, which is why we oppose Trump, who has tried to use authoritarian measures to subvert democracy at every turn.
What will your impotent democracy do?
Why do you think democracy can't solve the problems that you've identified here?
Well, let's see. Where are we right now? We have a king already who's doing whatever he wants. And we have a Congress that's completely abdicated all responsibility.
Yeah,
they've already proven that they are willing to accept them.
Well, that's just the GOP, but that's denying all the success of America.
Democrats are not running on stopping them for that reason.
Of course they are, yeah. Democrats are running on establishing
stopping Donald Trump. We've seen no leadership under Chuck Schumer. We've seen no leadership under Hakeem Jeffries.
We've seen
impotent leadership is what we see.
We've seen giant wins in all the special elections since Trump took office.
Those wins have not improved Democrats' actual standing with voters.
Of course they are. The Democrats are running on affordability.
When you look at their popularity, they are not growing in popularity. They are merely the better choice of two shitty options. And don't get me wrong.
But they are the better choice.
They are the better choice. And I think the working class should line up early behind a third party.
No one's voting for you, bro. Lock in.
That's right.
Listen.
I understand.
I encourage you to get involved in the Democratic Party's infrastructure.
Change it from within
the party.
I'd rather not have an authoritarian part of the Democratic Party. I want a big tent party.
I've spoken to some Democrats in the local Bay Area, and they've told me the Democrats also gerrymander their own fucking states. No, they gerrymander progressives out of representation.
This is ridiculous. Democrats are the only party that want to get rid of gerrymandering.
Yeah, because progressives
and then that county will be diverted by including some more conservative areas nearby. That's what happened.
Which county are you referring to?
In California.
In California.
Progressives suck.
Specifically, I don't know. It's going to be difficult to write you off.
Right, Neil. I was talking specifically in general.
Okay, in general. And you're progressive. You're progressive authoritarian.
We've never seen progressives stronger within the Democratic Party than right now.
Are they particularly strong?
Sure, we've got
right now,
champions like
they're growing in strength, yes, but all we'll need to see is Democrats basically saying, you're not good enough, we don't need your opinion, we'll run and we'll cater towards the conservatives and the Dick Cheneys of the
Why
world.
blame external factors? Why not look in the mirror and say, what can we do better as progressives to win people over to vote for us? Why is it always blaming some unseen nebulous forces out there?
I blame the force that matters most, the rich and powerful. They just own both parties. That's all.
Well, I think progressives need to try harder. This is coming from someone who considers himself a progressive.
And how are we doing that?
But obviously, the message is not resonating if the moderates keep winning. You blame
you guys are progressive.
Listen, yeah.
I would actually not. I would call myself liberal.
I would consider myself progressive, but listen, you're not going to win over. You're not going to win over the average person when you show up to an event in a purple suit with your fucking face covered and wearing a mask.
Well, the concept is they didn't formally completely name me. My name is King B. Schmuck.
Hey, listen, I respect the outfit, okay?
Yeah. It's meant to mock the fact that the rich and powerful mock us.
That's fine. I don't know. I think it's clear that public opinion is driving the Democrats to change their policy prescription across the country. Every single Democrat now.
This guy seems like a Reddit mod.
That's for them.
So far, all I'm saying is
that's an interruption. Interruption number one, liberal.
Got it.
That's not true. They're running on economic populism. When was the last time you saw the leadership in the Democratic Party support somebody like Zoran Mamdani?
I didn't see Chuck Schumer support.
So you say you're not answering the question.
I didn't see Chuck Schumer support.
You're one person.
No, is the Democratic Party? You are delusional when it comes to the leadership.
No, that's not true.
You're hoping.
You're getting emotional because you're not getting you in a spot that you don't like to be in. The Democratic Party is not.
I just find you to be absolutely.
Stop interrupting. That's the second interruption. You're just like the mega. The leadership in the Democratic Party is not a monolith. Hakeem Jeffries is going to disagree with Chuck Schumer. Kathy Hochul is going to disagree with Chuck Schumer.
I disagree with them. We can prove that, but we're still fighting for the same goals.
Exactly. That's okay. And for you to paint the party with a broad brush to sell us a message that we should vote for the guy in a purple suit. What's your name again?
King B. Schmuck.
You look like the Emperor of the Lakers, and I think they'd be glad to have you.
Yeah, that's just not a good argument, sir. It's clear the Democratic Party has changed their position.
I'm not saying the Democrats haven't changed their position. I'm saying that they don't really stand for much when the rubber meets the road.
How can you say that?
Because we saw Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, the two leaders of our supposed party,
not the leaders of the party. They're the leaders of the Senate and the House.
But our Senate and our House don't even vote them out. We don't even vote. Why aren't we evaluating our leadership? Why are we not as a party? Why is our senators not questioning the leadership of Chuck Schumer, someone who says, I will make sure to get money to Israel no matter what, despite the base being against that?
If the voters want to vote Chuck Schumer out, they can vote Chuck Schumer out.
So we're now defaulting to, if the voters wanted it, well, let's see how that works out with Donald Trump.
That's how it works in democracy.
So you say you're not better than the authoritarian MAGA right?
And the fact is, did you say you're authoritarian?
You're not better than them. That's the point.
Amazing. Listen, yeah, it's unlikely that you will ever succeed in gaining power when you stand on a foundation of authoritarianism that is antithetical to America and those founding principles.
I think you will fail. We all, as a nation, will fail if we keep electing a two-party puppet show when we need someone to clean out the puppets. I think we come to it.
If you do it fully civilly, then go ahead, I guess, and try.
All right, there we go.
Thank you, King.
Thank you.
Thank you, King.
I'm not calling you
King's annoying.
Get him out. Oh shit!
Did he just flip you off?
I said civilly. Remember, King?
Hey, he's so badass. Jesus Christ. There he goes.
All right, I'm gonna rein it in.
We need a queen to
Flipped
follow
him
that
off. What a loser.
So Berkeley, I would like to introduce you to the National Ground Game chapter here at Berkeley. Lynn is going to come on in here in just a moment, but National Ground Game is who is bringing you the Unfuck America tour. We are the largest counter organization to Turning Point USA. So if you want to see us help fight the rhetoric coming from the right, please consider donating to National Ground Game to help us continue building chapters across the U.S. and bringing the Unfuck America tour to campuses this fall. So I'm going to let Wynn come in and you can help guide him a little.
Of course, yeah, for sure.
All right.
This is the real King, the chapter president. Round of applause, everybody. Round of applause.
Set all of this up.
What's up, guys? I'm still here. I was going to say, King, always a pleasure, but he's gone.
He comes here
He's off to authoritarian things.
He's a character.
Interesting. Okay.
This is so bad. He's been doing this all day.
Yes, really good.
Dude, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we blame you for setting it up this way.
Well, I'll move it next time. I'll put it somewhere else. Hello, my name is Wynn. I'm the student chapter president for National Ground Game at Berkeley. We are, like Amy said, the biggest Democratic counter.
Oh, apparently. So I guess he's a well-known character.
I started this club here to do exactly that.
How was the process starting the chapter to begin with?
Wow. I am on like 2 hours of sleep, just like all the time. It's not bad. The advice has been really, really helpful. Shout out Millicent. Shout out all the event services people here at Berkeley helping make this possible, who made this club possible and this event possible. Also, of course, you guys for making this possible as well. The process itself is not, it's really complicated, but honestly, cakewalk compared to, I think, organization that comes into these events. But yeah, I think a lot of the effort that went into it was substantiated also by my wonderful crew, the National Ground Game at Berkeley Club, and also the Democracy Hawks as well.
Round of applause for them, everybody. Round of applause. Amen.
They have been staffing us for this event and also helping this event come to fruition. So just a lot of help from a lot of different people, not just me.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize that, at least for the people in Berkeley, the chapter's already established. And schools across the country that have already established chapters, it's a lot easier to join. What's that like? to join? What's the process to join? Is it as simple as just requesting?
I see you guys getting signups right now.
Yeah, so for National Ground Game at Berkeley, we have an Instagram that you can follow and keep up with the events that we have every semester. That's going to be ngg_Berkeley on Instagram. In the bio for Instagram, we also have a link tree. That's going to be linktree/National Ground Game at Berkeley. We have a member interest form, which is a Google form. It's literally easy as like sitting down for 2 minutes and filling out your email and stuff. We just started, and so we're tiny, we're really small, we're looking for people all the time. And yeah, we'd be happy to meet with anyone who wants to help us unfuck America.
Sign up.
Amen.
Sign up. Yeah, we just started, but this is going to go on for a while. I mean, we cannot let Turning Point own the campus culture for some reason because we were too slow in getting an organization up and running on campuses. And here it is. If you care about politics at all, even if you don't vote Democrat, even if you're anywhere near the center at all, this is an organization you should still join to hear our viewpoints and further discourse.
For sure. Yeah, I agree. And I don't think any student watching or any student here should be deterred from engaging because there's some bureaucratic hula hoops they have to jump through. America is in a really bad spot, and if anybody that's watching or anybody that's hearing or listening to us right now speak agrees with that in any capacity, that should be the impetus. That should be what gets you off your ass to go make that chapter, whether it be NGG, whether that be anything. You need to engage the political process now more than ever, and I'm really glad that you're doing it. That's fucking awesome.
Thank you. No, it's so easy. I can't stress enough how easy it is just to get involved. Like, this is Berkeley, but dude, I'm dumb. I don't debate.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
So it's like, no, but it's like, it's really anyone can do this. Anyone can, go and figure out what's in the area, how they can help, how they can, if you're a student at any college, you can just go up, ask an advisor and say, hey, I want to bring this here, I want to bring this energy here, and you can do that. Anyone can do that.
The problem is every debate will probably end up just being about abortion somehow, because it always ends up there. But we still talk about everything on the political spectrum.
Yeah.
So
any issue is salient. Sure. But thank you guys so much for being here and for debating. I know it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I think this is it.
You got anything to say?
Berkeley, Berkeley, do we have any final?
Anybody want to say anything on the left or the right or the
Last
center?
chance.
Criticize us or agree with us. Feel free. Last chance. Yeah, come up.
Who wants to?
No, you got it.
All right.
From the crowd, real quick. Anyone around here? Can I get a Go Bears on 3? 1, 2, 3.
Go Bears! Type shit. All right.
All right, let's
How's it going,
close it out.
Hello, Unfuck America tour. Y'all look lit. Okay, what's good? I'm Miami, Florida. I just want to introduce myself. What's your name?
I'm David.
David?
Jake.
Jake, nice to meet y'all. All right, so I just want to say I'm happy you guys are doing this shit and are combating the college conservatives who do it a little worse. I think you guys are funnier. Now, I poked the bear at them. I want to poke the bear at you guys. I want to see what you guys are focusing on. So how do you feel we are going to try to unfuck America? We take back our institutions. Where do we go from there? What institutions? Where do we go?
What do you mean? Once you get back to the point where prior to the Trump administration? Or
okay, yeah. So where are we trying to turn America back to? Where, like, are you guys like neoliberalists? Like,
no, when I interpret unfuck America, it means to rebuild and strengthen whatever it is that Donald Trump has harmed, whether that be US aid, whether that be Medicaid, whether that be SNAP benefits, whether that be the judiciary and the separation of powers, all those institutional levers that he's absolutely destroyed, operating on some executive fiat, self-granted authority, do whatever the fuck he wants. That's what I think. And I don't think we go back to some elusive utopia because America's never been one. Once we unfuck America, we're gonna look to strengthen America, better America.
Okay, so this is like the beginning dose.
Yes.
Okay.
We can go policy for policy all day because there's so many policies I wish we could quote unquote unfuck. But that's gonna be like with any administration, I guess. You're gonna have policies you disagree with. But a couple of the main things, like one, I want to get to a place where we stop denying democratic elections. That for me is one of the biggest issues. It's hard to have a bigger issue than democracy because without democracy, what does education matter? What does healthcare matter? What does the border matter? What does anything matter when we don't have democracy? What's the difference between North and South Korea? It was democracy. They both started in the same geography at the same time, the same culture, the same resources. The difference was their government and their politics. And look, South Korea is one of the most thriving democracies in the world today. North Korea can't even have this discussion right now. So politics does matter. And I want to get to a point also where our brothers and sisters are not dying in the streets at the hand of federal agents, and one side genuinely does not care at all. They call him a domestic terrorist. They do not care that he was killed. I don't want to get to a place where people just genuinely don't care if the other side gets murdered, including Charlie Kirk, of course. So that's kind of what we stand for.
I understand. So you guys are anti-authoritarian in every way, but you guys don't hold any, like, are you guys like socialist in some way? Like,
listen, I took a political compass quiz. It said I'm a sockdown. Okay, but I don't like those terms because they're loaded with a lot of assumptions. I'm a progressive.
I don't like terms as well. I'm a linguist.
I'm a liberal, but it depends what you would consider social. Nobody's a true socialist. Bernie Sanders is nowhere near a true socialist. The police is a socialist
more
policy.
like an American point of view. I'm trying to get my head around where you guys are looking to have policy go forward in America.
What is that you're concerned about?
Let's see. Economic policy-wise, how are you guys looking to have like are you guys like a UBI type people? How do you guys see the regulation of like AI?
Well,
are you guys like AI supporters? Like, are you guys free market capitalists? Like, what are you?
I don't consider myself a free market
capitalist. I would say some of all of the above, but
yeah.
You have to be pro AI in some regards for sure.
I would say that AI definitely has its strong suits, but would you think that there is definitely some kind of growing economic issue that we have with AI taking most of the money?
I think there's a possibility, and you mentioned UBI. I'm going to give you a really vague answer because we don't have a lot of time.
No, go ahead, we can close right here.
But my guiding principle is that every firm in America should operate with the well-being of the consumer, the labor, and the environment in mind. And once they break past that, then the government should always intervene. You know what I mean? And there's market failures. In healthcare, I don't believe the private sector is best equipped. I believe there should be more government intervention. If there is AI like job displacement, UBI is an option if it matches economic output. Very broad, but yes. Yeah.
Okay, I have a better idea of what you guys are about. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Have an incredible day.
Have an incredible day. Have a hippie day. BHRP forever, man.
Amen. I have no clue what he said. What is it? Dude, yes. Okay.
The Berkeley Bar.
Goodbye, Queen. Love you, Queen. Goodbye.
All right, Berkeley, can we get a big round of applause? Thanks to everyone who stepped up to the mic. I have a couple beanies. Who wants a beanie? I'm gonna throw out a few beanies.
All right, that's it. Hey, that's gonna be it for me tonight, guys. Been fun. I will see you all on Wednesday. I will see you all. Everybody have a beautiful time. Bye.